Testing sound, checking 1 2 1 2. Stand there by the door so that you tell me when say it's fine. Sound check 1 2.
Is your office around here?
It's a 90 plane.
Oh, no. You know, I've got a problem with my shoe. I need an adhesive. If you can ask someone to bring you an adhesive, please. when you've got an opportunity. You do. Audio test.
It's all right. Okay, sure.
Good morning, honourable members and guests. I wish to greet you this morning and but I am aware that the Honourable Minister will be joining us, and I would like us to just give her 2 minutes so that when we start, we don't have to then acknowledge her presence in the middle of the agenda. If the honourable members are happy with that, we can then just in 2 minutes' time start our meeting. I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate the fact that you are on time for your meeting, and that the department also seems to be here, because I see the Honourable Deputy Minister and the ADG are here, and the team who actually do the work. So with that, if we can just give the Minister 2 minutes. Thank you, honourable members and guests. Honourable members and our guests, I have just been assured that the Minister is on her way. I'm so sorry that we've exhausted our 2 minutes, but I would please ask that you just bear with us so that we can start our meeting in earnest as soon as the Minister arrives. Thanks. Good morning, honourable members again, and our department. I just wish to now welcome you to this meeting this morning and appreciate that you have set your time aside to be in this meeting this morning and welcome and greet the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Deputy Minister, the Acting Director General, and the CEO of SASSA, and also the teams, the senior officials of the department and the entity. And I also believe that we have members of the media and all the other stakeholders who take interest in being with us, took interest in being with us this morning. Just a reflection on the agenda of our meeting today, and I will hand over to Sis Lindy for the for the process. That on the 23rd of last month, when we had a meeting, there was a request by the Honourable Minister for a 30-day time to go away and do the work that she undertook on behalf of the department to go away and do. So it is for that reason that I could not actually start the meeting without the Honourable Minister, because it is her meeting, in that it is that 30-day has now come for the Honourable Minister then to present to this Honourable Committee as will be outlined in the agenda for today. So I wish to welcome you and greet you and hope that we have a fruitful meeting on this day that falls within a whole lot of things that have happened in this country and everywhere. We are sitting on, I believe, the 3rd day after the start of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and femicide. Also, we received, the day before yesterday, the statistics, crime statistics, that are not boding well for especially this portfolio committee and the department in terms of the numbers of women and children that have been victims and survivors of gender-based violence. Because although the numbers, the crime numbers have gone down, but this specific category seems to be struggling to come down. And then as I was coming through to this meeting this morning, Honorable Minister, I received an email that comes from the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice Group that was talking about an average cost of a family, of a household basket, food basket. And it just makes you want to, I don't know what. So it's all these things that we are dealing with as this committee and this department, but I wish to welcome you all then. With those few words, I would like to hand over to Sis Lindy to take us through our agenda for today. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much for that opportunity. Good morning to members of the committee as well, to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, departmental officials and stakeholders in attendance. Chair, today is the 27th of November 2024. Chair, you have already welcomed, you've made the opening remarks. Chair, in terms of the members, we have about 8 members that are here, Chair. And then after that, Chair, we will adopt the agenda. It's safe to say I didn't receive any official correspondence for anyone's apology. So I don't have any apology at my disposal. And after that, Chair, we will get an overview from the Minister, and then we'll proceed to the agenda of the day, where we will receive a presentation from SASSA and DSD on the findings of the investigation on the allegations or findings made by Mr. Gosai and Mr. Cedras on the weaknesses in the application and payment system of the SRD grant. The briefing, there was a request that the briefing should also outline the mechanism put in place to address the weaknesses. Thereafter, Chair, we will have deliberations, and then the SASSA and DSD will be expected to respond on issues raised by the committee members. Chair, at 12:15, we will proceed to our internal business. There are 2 sets of minutes before us for consideration and adoption. And then, Chair, you'll come back again to do the closing remarks, and we'll adjourn, we think, about 1 o'clock, Chair. Chair, I want to confirm that we are constituted in terms of Rule 162, subsection 2, where it states that a majority of the members of the committee must be present for it to decide on any question. So we can proceed to adopt the minutes of this meeting because we have about 8 members that are in attendance. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Sis Lindy, for that. I think what I need to do now is to ask for the adoption from the honourable members, the adoption of the agenda. Honourable Munyai.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda as presented. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Honourable Munyai. Honourable Makatu. Thanks, Honourable Makatu. With that settled, we now have an agenda that has been adopted and seconded by members of this portfolio committee. And without taking any more of your time, honourable members and guests, I would like to then hand over to the Honourable Minister, who will then take us through, after the overview, how the department and the entities and the entity have decided or agreed to take this honourable portfolio committee forward with the presentation as have been outlined by Sis Lindy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start by greeting you. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of this portfolio committee, the acting director of Department of Social Development, the CEO of SASSA, Deputy Minister of Department of Social Development, our senior officials present here, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, good morning. I must start by apologizing to your good self, Honorable Chair, by really being behind the schedule. The lift was also not kind to us, unfortunately, as we're coming closer to this committee room. I really apologize profusely. As I really greet you, Honorable Chairperson and the members, I must begin by saying, Honorable Chairperson, I'm quite grateful for this opportunity that is presented to us to address your committee and your members and South Africans following our request that we made to yourselves in the committee meeting where some development occurred. We, under your stewardship, requested you to give us an opportunity in the committee for us to go back, to go and look closer on what the young gentleman brought to our attention, but also the issues that were constantly raised by the honorable members on the work that we are doing as SASSA, especially in our grants. Honorable Chair, I don't take this opportunity lightly, because that request you could have not agreed with us, but because of who you are and your committee, you really gave us that opportunity. We really are thankful for that. And this meeting, Honorable Chair, is important in our lives as DSD and as SASSA in particular, as you have given us an opportunity to take South Africans into confidence on the work that we are doing on their behalf. We are quite aware of the fact that, Chair, we are doing this on behalf of South Africans as directed by the Constitution of the Republic. Therefore, coming here, we are not making or doing them any favor. In fact, we do what we are expected to do and what we are paid for. Chair, this work that we are bringing today is directed to SASSA, which is an entity of the social development. We have recognized, Chair, the weaknesses in between ourselves and SASSA insofar as oversight is concerned. And this process has brought that matter live into our agenda to say the relationship is not as tight as it's supposed to have been. And as a result, you might have read the AG's report and the recommendations thereof. We take this matter forward, taking all those into consideration. That not only you realize that, because if I couldn't on the spot respond to what the two young men raised, it means there's something that was not so correct. Because under normal circumstances, I would have been able to just speak with my eyes closed on the matters that were raised and give clarity with my team. However, it did not happen, but also for the fact that the AG's report did extensively mention this matter of oversight and other committees that are supposed to be in place and be vibrant, in further making sure that SASSA is really one of the accountable entities as it is expected and relevant structures are in place. We are taking to cognizance all of those, and this process is really not only indicated but put it bare before our eyes. Chairperson, as you would know, and the Honorable Committee, the Social Grants Program is our government's largest and most successful anti-poverty interventions, covering the largest and most successful huge number of beneficiaries. This success has been recognized the whole world over and has been winning international awards from prestigious institutions such as the International Social Security Association, which commands a membership of 320 social security institutions from 120 countries across the globe. With a huge budget paid into accounts of vulnerable older persons, children and persons with disability, Honorable Chair, we understand the important role we play in staving off poverty and hunger amongst our people. The COVID-19 SRD grant covers an average of 8 million working age adults each month. Chair, after having been confronted by the challenge that were presented by the two gentlemen from Stellenbosch, which we really appreciate their braveness and their inquisitiveness that they demonstrated, that when there is something that they could not understand, they wanted to know more, and in them having to embark into that, brought us to where we are today, to say you have problems, and if we recognize that, you have to come up with a plan to resolve those problems. And this is exactly what we are doing. We don't take their braveness and their inquisitivity very light. Other people have been going through what they've gone through, but they are seated in their corners because sometimes they don't have resources to connect with us. Sometimes they think their voice might not be heard. Hence, all the time, we appreciate people who come up in informing the government where there are problems and challenges in the service that we are supposed to provide. So we want to congratulate them and thank them once more, and then say how we wish many more of those characters can come to the fore, so that as we are doing our work, the people who then direct us to say, yes, you might be doing your work, however, would want to inform you about other things that are taking place. And this all took place on the 23rd of October. And when we have realized all those, Chair, as I have alluded to that, we made a request to yourself, which you accepted, that give us time so that we can go and look closer on what the guys were raising, but also what the honorable members raised, and they've always been raising. And you granted us that 30 days. And today, Honorable Chair, we are bringing that report to this august house so that we can commit, we can really prove to you that we took your kindness very seriously, but we also took our responsibility even more serious to have been able to say we're coming. Today, we are here as per our commitment that we made ourselves. And Chair, we are going to give you insight of what the social development has done in line with the SASSA executive. Honorable Chair, due to the seriousness of the matters that were raised on the day, we thought it would be important for us to find people to come and find out what might be the problems in our own systems. There was no way we could have been able ourselves do it, because it was not going to be the best thing to do. When somebody sees something in you, it is always important for you to find people to say, is it correct that they say my earrings are not okay, my spectacles are on the other way around? So we brought that to an extent of saying, as we are all DST family being alleged to have these challenges, we then went to go and say, what then do we do in making sure that what will be the product of that exercise will be a product that South Africans would want to see, but most appreciated by yourselves. Honorable Chair, we went out to go and establish a war room. In chasing time, we thought it was important for all of us, both SASSA, DSD, and everybody, to sit under one roof, discuss the matter, and find a solution on how best are we going to identify the challenges, but because I've already made mention of the fact that ourselves we could not do it, we agreed in the war room that we should identify an independent people who can then come and look at this. And indeed, in identification of all that, we go into a process of identifying that independent body. We have followed the known procedures to identify them. ADG will speak into those. And that is with that team of experts are with us today, and they are the one who will be giving us the report of what they found out within the systems of SASSA. Chair, it was indeed a good thing that you gave us our 30 days. But in doing the work and getting the report, we got to realize that it was not as easy as we thought it was going to be to really get into our system and unleash them and get to make sure that the independent people get closer to them so that they can study what the problems are. And as such, the 30 days became more shorter, Chair, but the commitment we made here, there were no two ways. We had to honor it, and hence we are here today. We said, regardless of what are the challenges, we need to give the portfolio committee the respect that it deserves, but more so, we need to take South Africans into confidence, because this matter, Chair, triggered a lot of things. It triggered fear to our vulnerable and poor people that there might be a time when they might not get their grants because of the challenges. But it confirmed to others that what they've been going through is in fact is a fact, wherein sometimes you apply and find out that your ID has been used elsewhere, where sometimes you apply and your cell number has been used elsewhere. So, Chair, regardless of that short time that we realize, we are bringing to you that kind of a report. Chair, before the report is presented to you, let me indicate to the members of the public that cybercrime and cyber threat is a constant moving target that is troubling people and huge institutions all over the world. According to the Interpol, this is one crime that knows no borders and is affecting everyone in the world. Honorable members, researchers from Oxford University have identified in their first ranking of countries in the world on the status of cyber criminals and do indicate that the levels of skills and professionalism in the nature of crime, and South Africa ranks number 14 out of 20 top countries that are led by Russia, Ukraine, China, USA, and so on. And the International Monetary Fund Global Financial Stability Report of 2024 indicates that cybercrime doubled after 2020 and has imposed substantial cost on firms with direct losses amounting to almost $28 million since 2020. Honorable members, again, South African Banking Research Center has published its annual report and has found out that cybercrime has been one of the new constant threats to the system in the recent history. And as we move forward, the digitized environment, the more the risk becomes. According to their report, South African banking system lost 3.3 billion in 2023, just 2023 alone, on cybercrime and related crimes. Honorable members, today we're dealing with one of the very sensitive areas of the state security, as the system of SASSA, as we all know. They are linked to the systems of Home Affairs and the banking system of the countries. Not only the database of the most vulnerable members of our society, it is also has the potential to affect every person and business in South Africa and internationally. We present this report, Honorable Chair, today with the full knowledge and recognition that as members we have been sworn in the Constitution of the Republic, we therefore have to protect and uphold it. As I already indicated, that Chair, we, in implementation of the project, we established a war room that was led by both the ADG of SASSA, DSD, as well as the CEO of SASSA. And as such, Chair, I must say, before I give over to the Acting Director General, that strategy to an extent did work, because it made us to work together immediately, to exchange the knowledge and experience, and made us to be able together hold hands to agree to say, indeed, we should be appointing an independent body. Chair, we hope that once the whole process has been finalized, it will give us an opportunity to strengthen our systems, which is what is fundamental, and it must direct us where the gaps are. With our permission, with your permission, Chairperson, and your committee, let me hand over to the Director General, Acting Director General of the Department of Social Development, for him to please lead us and give responsible people an opportunity to directly speak now on what we came to come and present. And once again, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson, and members, DM, next to me. It's an opportunity for us to present the report. Indeed, I think the Minister outlined the process that we took so that we come up with an independent, objective assessment and which will guide us on the way forward. We did request the internal audit of the department to lead the process of to investigate and to appoint service provider who will take us through the process. The two gentlemen that are here are the service providers that will take us through the process. The reason is that sometimes if you come and present, it's like saying the same thing. So I think if somebody look at it and provide us with that is something that as a country we need. I will then request Mr. Mudau, our internal audit executive, to introduce the presentation with the team that they appointed. Thank you very much. I just wanted you to introduce the two members so that they can start the presentation.
Thank you, DG. Thanks, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, members of this committee, the DG, the Chief Executive Officer of SASSA, and the entire SASSA and DSD management, including the public. So, indeed, I was given that task to appoint, to lead the process, taking into consideration the deliberation that took place. So the gentleman before me here, on the right-hand side in front of you, Chairperson, is Dr. Peter Maschare, and the gentleman next to him, his name is Stanley Machote. He's the IT expert. So these are the two gentlemen, including the other team members that are not here with us, who are still working as we speak now. So it was a big team that is involved in the entire project. And I must, indeed, as I present here, it is a very, very big project. Can I continue? Okay. I'll take you through the presentation, and then I'll hand over to the members, I mean to the colleagues who are the service providers who are responsible for doing the work. So, okay, that's not the right one. That the The two students from University of Stellenbosch alleged that the application system of SASSA is vulnerable. They made these allegations in various media platforms, including a presentation that they made to this House. In response to these allegations, Parliament recommended a comprehensive investigation of SRD system and all other grant systems administered by SASSA. Parliament directives reflects concern over the integrity and security of SASSA's digital systems across various grant types, including but not limited to child support, disability, and other grants. This Parliament made a recommendation that the investigation should be finalized within 30 days, and the recommendation was also supported by the Minister. The Parliament also subsequently invited the DSD to table the investigation report and also outlined a clear guidance on the focus points of the presentation to Parliament. That is the letter that you sent to us, wherein it invited us to appear before this committee today. As a result, the Minister of Social Development has committed a thorough review of its entire grant infrastructure, focusing on identifying and mitigating the potential vulnerabilities, ensuring the security of beneficiary data and safeguarding public resources. This is the process that followed after the Minister, as executive authority of the department, established the task team. And this task team she actually identified assurance providers who are not involved in day-to-day activities of the department. And this was informed by the concern by this Parliament about potential or perceived interference in the process to appoint forensic investigator into alleged weaknesses. The task team consists of the following. This is myself as the Chief Audit Executive of DSD and my support staff. We also have the Chief Director, who's head of the fraud and investigation into the unit called Inspectorate, which also play non-functional role at the department. So these two units were responsible for appointing and overseeing the entire process until we're here today, presenting this report. And the objective was mainly to ensure that this process is free from interference of management, to protect the integrity and objectivity of the entire process. The functions of this task team are as follows. The task team assesses the deliverables that are expected by Parliament as per the letter dated 28 October, where you outline clearly how you expect us to respond to this committee. The assessment indicated certain areas that can be achieved within given timelines after taking into consideration the process involved, such as drafting the investigation scope, process of appointing the service provider, conducting the investigation, and drafting the investigation report as well. So in light of the timelines, which was just 30 days, and the magnitude of work that is required to be performed as per the letter from Parliament, we advise that the first and foremost, before we do the entire investigation, a preliminary investigation be conducted, limited to the vulnerability assessment and penetration test on the social relief of distress online system, which is feasible to have something today, hence we're here. The vulnerability assessment and penetration test on the SOCPEN system, which is the other grant types, which is quite bigger than the task that we actually focus on, will be conducted during the second phase. That will also include a comprehensive investigation, which will cover the entire aspects. So maybe if I can just also explain what has been covered now, honorable members, given the timelines that we gave us, is the vulnerability and penetration test only or limited to social reliefs of distress. The rest, which also covered the vulnerability assessment and penetration test of the SOCPEN, all grant systems, all persons, child grant, disabilities, and so on and so forth, which are huge in terms of the data. Even this one that was covered, the data is actually huge. As we speak, there are certain things that were still being downloaded. The outcome of this preliminary investigation on the VA is the vulnerability assessment and penetration, will determine the scope of the second phase and the comprehensive investigation, as well as the required budget. So this actually gave us a sense in terms of when we do a full investigation on the SRD now, what will be the scope be, and also advise us help us in terms of determining the timelines, how long actually the investigation can take in terms of estimation. And it also assists in terms of determining the budget and the work, including the VA for SOCPEN system. So I think, in our view, this was, I think, very important given the fact of the limited time that we have. The progress, we also recommend that should also be presented to this committee on a regular basis, depending on the timelines that this committee may actually set. So the process for selecting successful service provider. This is another important aspect because we do not want to just pick anyone. There must be systematic discipline approach in terms of how we actually arrive to a particular service provider that we appoint. And that process must be free from interference, even by the tax team. So last year around May, the department appointed the panel of auditors and investigators. They embarked on the process. The accounting office approved the appointment of panel of auditors and investigators. We started the process then, and the main objective at the time was to assist or to complement the inadequate capacity staff within the internal audit unit. It was mainly for that. So the above panel the panel has been appointed, and now it is its first year of appointment. So the companies appointed on the panel of service providers, there are 9 companies. They're made up of a large or established accounting and audit firms, medium-sized accounting firms, and macro enterprise or emerging accounting firms. 5 service providers were selected from the approved panel, and looking into consideration the following: the experience demonstrated by the service providers on the basis of the bid proposal that they submitted, the reputation of the prospective service providers, including the qualifications of the service providers, including the employees, because the bid proposals also include the qualification, the experience of the officials, their employees that will be appointed from time to time to conduct both audit and investigation for DSD. The companies that we asked for quotations were PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ntsika Consultants, Seasons Aluba Grant Thornton Advisory Services, Masgare and Associates Incorporated, which is this company, and then Mulife Business Experts. In light of the timelines and the scope, we had a briefing session. We invited all of them so that we can take them through in terms of the expectation, the timelines, and also the resources required, so that they actually give us the resources that will live up to the expectation. So the briefing session focuses on the scope of work, expectation of the project, and the expected deliverables, including the timelines as informed by the timelines set by Parliament. Out of the 5 service providers that were invited to submit proposals, only 1 service provider responded to the request for proposals, and the reason advanced by others, they said the timelines required to do this work is too limited, and the fact that their resources have already been deployed to other projects. So hence we only had 1 company, but the good news was that we all look at the qualification experience, and we're actually pleased that they meet the requirements. Then the team assessment of the proposal. So the team led by myself assessed the bid proposal against the following: the terms of reference, the methodology, and I'm emphasizing the word methodology because this actually set foundation in terms of what they have in terms of how they are going to execute this responsibility. The staff complement in terms of human resources, but in the main, we also look at the software or system that they're going to use, because that was very fundamental, because we wanted to know whether they will use a credible system or not. So they demonstrated everything on the comprehensive, very long audit methodology. So, and the company, as I said earlier on, is Masgare. I think I will stop here now because we have appointed them. It was necessary for us to take through this committee in terms of the processes that was undertaken. And I must be honest with you, I was reporting directly to the executive authority, who is the board /board, because she has absolutely no functional responsibility. And one of my colleagues who were assisting me was Mr. Jawu Kumalo, who is the head in the inspectorate for fraud and anti-corruption. I will pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before I sit down, we also wrote letter to the SSA, State Security Agency, and SIU, and we did not get the reply on time. And we were also worried about the timelines that were given, that the time is actually moving. And by the time when we come here, SSA actually did engage us, but we already started because they came back very late to us. SIU, by the time we come here, they were still here to come back to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Chief Internal Auditor, is that, yes. Thank you so much for that. I'm a politician, so I want to pass the bag or the blame. We did not give you the timeline, sir. You asked for the timelines. And we granted the timelines. I have to protect this portfolio committee at all times, that we did not grant anything. We did not set any timelines. We granted the timelines that were requested from us, right? Yes. I needed to say that. But over to you then, Honourable.
Just on that note, I really would want to apologize profusely that indeed we requested the time and you gave us the time. My profuse apologies on that one. Thank you so much if you really forgive us.
Yeah, my colleague can proceed, Mr.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members of the House. As introduced, I'm Dr. Peter Masahari from Masahari and Associate Incorporated, the independent firm of auditors that was appointed to perform this task, being the vulnerability and penetration test within the specified time, not asked by the chairperson. Chair, within 14 days since we've been onto the project, it was not an easy, it's a marathon run, but we've done some work, Chair, and today we are presenting some results, work in progress results. It's not a complete project, as I think you'll understand from the presenter, in terms of the details and the amount of information that we have to go through it. Chair, I'm not going to be long, but in short, Chair, indeed, there were some vulnerability that we find in the RG system, which I think it really requires urgent attention of SASSA. Otherwise, if this is not being addressed quickly, it could spell out and get the system into more attacking or vulnerability. Chair, I don't want to take a lot of time, but with your permission, I want to give our expert vulnerability tester to take us through in detail in terms of what our findings were. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Masahari. Thank you, Chair. I will proceed with the presentation of our findings in line with the scope of work that we were provided with. So we start off with the executive summary, which has been covered on slide 1 above, and I'm not going to repeat the same executive summary. And we are also going to discuss on the summary of the students' findings on the SASSA SRD system. So the students said that their study was prompted by issues with their own social relief of distress SRD grant applications, which were rejected because their IDs were already in use. The presentation covered their research methodology, including interviews with fellow students to assess the scope of the problem. They demonstrated how they generated numerous identification numbers using algorithms, detailing the legal framework and presenting their findings and recommendations for SASSA. The students' investigation on SASSA SRD system uncovered several alleged vulnerabilities using a combination of randomly generated South African identification numbers and public access to SASSA's application programming interface, API. They reported the following issues, among others. API vulnerabilities. They mentioned that there was no rate limiting. The API allowed an unlimited number of requests, which the students exploited to check the application status of thousands of ID numbers without restriction. Number two, they mentioned that there was data exposure, as they claimed that the API exposed sensitive details, such as whether a person had applied for an SRD grant or not. Anomalous application rates, the students identified unusually high application rates for individuals born in certain years, particularly those born in February 2005 and from 2003 to 2006, suggesting fraud or identity misuse. Further, they alleged that there was potential payments to non-beneficiaries where the students observed that the SRD grants appeared linked to applications with their own ID numbers, despite never having applied. This raised concerns about unauthorized applications and potential misallocation of funds. I will move on to the scope of work. Masehare and Associates Incorporated was appointed on 11 November 2024 by the Department of Social Development to conduct vulnerability assessment, also referred in this report as VA, and penetration tests, referred herein as PT, on the SRD online system that is managed and administered by the South African Social Security Agency, SASSA. This assignment was under reference number RFQ SD02/2023/01 and aimed to enhance the security and resilience of the SRD online system and its associated platforms. Assignment overview. Following the engagement of the parliamentary committee about these allegations that were raised regarding the fraud and inefficiencies within SASSA's RD grant system, members of parliament welcomed the students' presentation and emphasized the need for a detailed technical report and thorough investigations. So this led to our appointment as per the background above. We were provided with a scope of work, and the scope of work included the comprehensive analysis of the SRD online system to identify and address vulnerabilities that could compromise its security. Key focus areas included system architecture, authentication processes, and access controls. The assessment also extended to associated websites, namely https://srd.sassa.gov.za, https://srd.sassa.gov.za/SAID, and https://srd-sassa.org.za. Simulated attacks were conducted to assess the system's resilience against the potential cyber threats. Continuation of the scope of work. Vulnerability assessment. The scope of work required us to identify existing vulnerabilities across the system's network infrastructure, applications, databases, and APIs with a focus on the SRD system. Penetration testing. We were required to conduct internal and external penetration tests to assess the system's defenses against cyber threats and to simulate real-world attack scenarios to evaluate system robustness and the effectiveness of security controls. Furthermore, we were required to carry out an investigation through analyzing system logs, error reports, anomalies to detect unauthorized access, data exfiltration, or the presence of malicious code. On investigation, we also required to assess third-party management of the SRD system, including contractual terms, application hosting, data storage, ownership, SASSA's access rights and system specifications. We were also required to carry out a risk evaluation on the system to assess the operational and beneficiary-related risks posed by the identified vulnerabilities, and to evaluate risks related to data privacy and regulatory compliance, particularly compliance with the Protection of Personal Information Act, POPIA. Lastly, we were required to provide recommendations through the delivery of a detailed report with actionable recommendations to address identified vulnerabilities, strengthen security measures, and mitigate future risks. Chair, I would like to believe the copy of the presentation I'm making has been circulated. However, there is a diagram that we just made to make it easier for you to see the overall scope of work.
Chairperson, sorry to interrupt. We have not received this. This presentation looks like it's an updated presentation. It's not the one we've been emailed, and it's not the one in front of us. No, it's not. This slide isn't here.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, honourable members. Let me just find out, is this a matter of the rearrangement of slides, or it's different slides altogether? Honourable members, may you just let me know what seems to be the issue?
I just left out some of the things that they were talking about because I was trying to follow, and I told her, we don't have the slides. So we can see it here, but it's not in front of us.
Okay, so there is more with them than with you? Okay, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Chair.
Okay. Okay, Honourable Ramaila?
Okay, thank you, Chair.
413 is not continuing here. It's ending right here.
So that's the wrong. Read the heading. Yeah, the only thing that's watching is the heading.
There's a meeting, Chair. There's a meeting here. Thank you, Chair. I was following as he was presenting. There might be a difference, I don't know. Where it says recommendations, this is exactly what he presented. Yeah, so I don't know if they have a wrong thing.
Okay, here's the thing. Normally, you would know, honourable members, that when presentations like this are done, when we have been we've had copies of the presentation shared with us in advance, I would normally say to the presenter, just share as if we have received the thing. But I know that the gentleman has been taking us step by step. May I just request that we concentrate with him and jot our questions, because it sounds to me like it's it's an arrangement of the slides issue as opposed to it being a completely different presentation, right? Is that right? You see, the politicians would like headings to be right, please. So, if you could please just, with your indulgence, honourable members, because I would like us to really listen to this presentation, please just try and hop and skip with the presentation. But today we have the opportunity of the actual human being telling us what we received on email. So if we could please just concentrate, jot our questions down, we can arrange the headings later. Is that okay? Awesome. Please go ahead, sir. And now you have to go word by word like you were doing, because the honourable members would and tell us the headings that you are on.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies, honourable members, for the realignment in certain sections, but we didn't change anything to the report. It was to make it easy for you to understand and to follow. As I mentioned now, the next slide that we are presenting is not exactly what we have. The reason being, we made it diagrammatic so that it's clearer to understand. However, we can still go through the actual literature word by word instead of showing you the diagrammatic representation. This was just made to make it easier for you to understand. So with your permission, Chair, should I proceed?
You are protected.
with
Go
the
ahead.
adjusted version, or I should?
Just go as you prepared.
Thank you, Chair.
I just want you to be comfortable with the presentation. The honourable members have expressed their confusion, and they are following now you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So what we are showing now is a general overview of the scope of work and our methodology, which is the same information in written format in the slides. So we are basically showing here that we were mandated to assess a platform called srd.sassa.gov.za, which to the lower bottom is a screenshot of the website application that we see when we log in from the internet. So we made this just to illustrate the platform that we were assigned to analyze. Furthermore, you will see on the most center block there we have vulnerability assessment icon. That one is just to re-emphasize that we were carrying out a vulnerability assessment on that site that we have mentioned. And above in gray scale there, we have a summary of the system effectiveness, which is again in the general conclusion, as well as the recommendation summary where we say, yes, we need to address the identified vulnerabilities. So right on top there, you will see where it says report results, and in bold it says medium risk. This is the same information in the write-up, which is showing that our vulnerabilities are on medium risk. Then, furthermore, to your top right, we have an icon written penetration tests below. It shows that above the vulnerability assessment, we went on to try to get into the system and identify how far an attacker can go, as well as what sort of information an attacker can access. So that one is represented by the icon on top. Then to your right, there is where it says vulnerability analysis and risk assessment. This is now the process we did after identifying vulnerabilities to determine the extent and severity of the vulnerabilities, and also the grading of such vulnerabilities in line with the international standards on vulnerability management on cybersecurity. Then on the last icon, there is what it says remediation. This is our emphasis to correct whatever needs to be corrected for our system to function efficiently and effectively. Then if you look on the bottom corner, there are two icons, one for system analysis and another for fraud analysis. So all this is a summary representation of everything that we have on the slides. I will proceed to the next slide. Again, if you look at this slide, it's a combination of 3 pages into one, just to manage space, because on the slides that we have got vulnerability assessment on its own, and we have penetration testing on its own page, as well as digital forensic assessment on its own page. We made this just to make it easy to read and to follow. So I will read on vulnerability assessment column on the steps we took, which are in line with internationally accepted vulnerability assessment methodologies. So we had information gathering, which is a process of collecting data from systems architecture, network configurations, and application details to create a testing baseline. Number 2, we had automated scanning, which is a process of using tools to scan for vulnerabilities, and these vulnerabilities, issues such as outdated software, misconfigurations, and non-weaknesses. Number 3, we did what is called manual validation. Manual validation follows automated scanning by verifying the scan results to remove false positives and ensure accurate findings. I may want to explain to honorable members what false positives are. Sometimes the tools may show something as existing, yet it's not existing. So we manually verify such finding to validate or to confirm the existence of the vulnerability. Then number 4, we did the classification of the vulnerabilities. This is now organizing vulnerabilities by severity and potential impact using common vulnerability scoring system, also referred to as CVSS. Lastly, we did documentation, which is the compiling of the findings into a detailed report, categorizing risks as critical, high, medium, or low. This is the reason why we ended up having our final conclusion on vulnerability criticality as medium. The center column is stating the processes we followed on our penetration testing, and it was as follows. Planning and reconnaissance. This is defining the scope and objectives. Then collecting information about the system and its infrastructure, obviously borrowing findings from the vulnerability assessment. We then did what is called threat modeling. That is identifying potential attack paths based on known vulnerabilities and system functions. Further to that, we did what is called exploitation, which is the actual testing of the vulnerabilities by safely attempting to exploit them. This being to demonstrate the potential risks. And further, we did post-exploitation analysis, which is assessing the extent of the breaches, including unauthorized access to sensitive data or functionalities. Then lastly, we did the reporting, which took us to this stage. And in the report, we detailed all the vulnerabilities, their impacts, and recommended mitigations. On the last column, there is digital forensic assessment. So this assessment starts by identifying the scope and pinpointing activities or incidents requiring analysis. In this case, we identified that the application that we have shown you has got a running server in the background. And we are going to discuss that in the report. Preservation. This is securing system logs and files by creating forensic copies to ensure tamper-proof evidence. Analysis, reviewing the logs, the metadata, and digital artifacts to trace the origin and impact of anomalies. Correlation, this is where we link the findings to vulnerabilities and potential attackers, constructing a timeline and context of events, for events. Lastly, we did the reporting where we had a forensic report summarizing findings, conclusions, and actionable recommendations to prevent recurrence. I will move on to key findings. 4.3. Overview. The results from the web application tool, in brackets Acunetics. Acunetics is a standard tool used for web application assessments and auditing. And the results from the tool indicate that the overall threat level for the system is classified as threat level 2, in brackets medium. This classification is based on an evaluation of various vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and potential risks that could affect the security and integrity of the platform. The medium threat level indicates a moderate risk of exploitation, meaning that while the system is not highly vulnerable, it is still susceptible to certain types of attacks that could compromise security if left unaddressed. So to the right there is a diagrammatic representation of the status of the application as of the date of the assessment. I will proceed on the key findings. Vulnerabilities identified. The system assessment revealed several vulnerabilities, including potential issues with authentication mechanisms, server configurations, data encryption, and missing security headers. These vulnerabilities create opportunities for attackers to exploit weak points in the system. Risk exposure. Despite being classified as medium risks, there are significant threats that could potentially lead to unauthorized access, data breaches, service disruptions, or reputational damage if the vulnerabilities are exploited. Key areas of concern include the lack of encryption, unprotected backup files, and weak authentication policies. So now we discuss the severity of the threats. The medium threat level indicates that the likelihood of an attack is moderate, but consequences of a successful exploit could still be impactful, especially regarding data exposure or manipulation. Certain vulnerabilities may be easier for attackers to exploit if not mitigated effectively. The medium threat level classification indicates that while the system is not at high risk, there are still important vulnerabilities that need to be addressed to ensure its security. Taking the recommended action will help to reduce the threat level and protect the system from potential attacks, safeguarding sensitive data and preserving the system, the integrity of the platform. Next, we are discussing about the walkthrough of the SRD platform. We requested management to take us through the SRD platform in order for us to understand the operation of the platform and also the controls in place to the platform. So we are going to discuss about the SRD platform on this slide. System overview and identified gaps. The SRD system is a vital platform designed to assist individuals aged between 18 and 59 years old who were financially affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. With a focus on accessibility, it allows clients to apply for the grant through USSD, WhatsApp, and an online portal. The system processes approximately 17 million applications monthly and verifies applicants' ID and banking details before payments are made. Despite its efficiency and stability, a thorough review has identified several potential gaps and areas for improvement to enhance its security and operational integrity. So the following are the key features of the SRD system that we gathered. Firstly, that application channels, the clients can apply using multiple channels, including USSD, WhatsApp, and an online portal, making the process convenient and inclusive. Security measures. The system employs OTP-based authentication on some aspects of the application process, user session tokens, and biometric verification in cases of suspected fraud. Verification and payments. ID and banking details are verified for all applicants. For unbanked users, mobile money services like cash send are available. System infrastructure. The system is hosted internally at SASSA's data center, and the system operates independently of other grant types and ensures high uptime. On the next slide, honorable members, I would like to also highlight that it's just a rearrangement that we have done to make it easy to read. The copy that you have has got long narrations, and if you look at this one, it's now on one page and easy to follow. So I just thought I should also put it to your attention as we go through the information. Nothing has changed. So the notable gaps are as follows. Multiple applicants per cell phone number. A risk we identified is that allowing multiple applications with the same number increases the chances of impersonation and fraudulent claims. And our recommendation is that we should strengthen the link between the applicant's ID and unique phone numbers, or limit the number of registrations per number unless verified exceptions are provided. Another gap is selective OTP-based authentication. OTP reliance makes the system vulnerable to SIM swap fraud, where attackers gain control of victims' numbers and intercept OTPs. And lack of the OTP is even a greater risk to the platform. Our recommendation is to always enforce OTP requirements and introduce multi-factor authentication, such as combining OTPs with biometrics or secure tokens for enhanced security. Number 3, mobile money and cash send. Fraudulent beneficiaries could exploit weak verification processes to divert funds via mobile money. Recommendation is to strengthen account verification, conduct regular audits, and implement real-time fraud monitoring. Number 4 is biometric verification. We gathered that there is limited use of biometrics, as this is only used in suspected fraud cases. And this now could allow low-profile fraudulent claims to go undetected. We recommend that management should expand biometric checks to a broader range of applications or introduce random verifications to deter fraud. Safe allocation and access control. While it's hosting the system on an internal server reduces external risks, it remains vulnerable to insider threats and advanced persistent threats, or APTs. We recommend that management should enforce strict access controls, conduct regular security audits, and implement real-time monitoring to detect unusual activity. Cell phone ownership validation. The system may not detect cases of shared or reassigned cell phone numbers, leading to disputes or misuse. We recommend the enforcement of strict access controls, conducting regular security audits, and implementing real-time monitoring to detect unusual activity. My apologies, I'm reading on the top recommendation. The correct recommendation for cell phone ownership should be periodically revalidate cell phone ownership and notify users of any new applications tied to their numbers. My apologies for that. Data encryption. A lack of clear encryption protocols for sensitive data like IDs, permits, or banking details increases the risk of data breaches. We recommend the implementation of end-to-end encryptions for all sensitive data, both in transit and at rest, to align with best practices and data protection regulations. We are now going to discuss the findings from the vulnerability assessment and penetration tests. For sensitivity of the matters, certain information may not be in this report. However, we have listed some of the vulnerabilities for the benefit of the audience to see what we uncovered. So our assessment revealed vulnerabilities that could compromise the security and functionality of the system. These issues include weaknesses in protecting user information, securing system components, and ensuring compliance with modern security standards. And below is a summary of the key concerns. Login security. The login page is vulnerable to automated attacks where hackers can repeatedly guess passwords to access sensitive accounts. This can lead to unauthorized access to user data and administrative controls. The next issue identified is the server configuration risks, where we identified misconfigurations in the server that could allow unauthorized access to internal systems. This could expose critical data and make the system a target for malicious activities. We also identified the weak content security policies, in brackets CSP, as the system does not properly restrict untrusted scripts from running, making it susceptible to harmful code execution. Additionally, errors in the security settings weaken protection against certain attacks. Furthermore, we identified exposed system directories where certain directories on the server are accessible to the public. This increases the risk of exposing sensitive files such as system configurations or database credentials. We also identified missing security headers where two important security headers do not have security controls that protect users' information during web browsing, and these are not implemented, therefore risking the likelihood of data leakage and misuse. We have also identified weak encryption standards where the website's encryption configuration does not meet the highest security standards, leaving communications vulnerable to interception or manipulation. Unprotected backups. Backup files containing sensitive information are stored in unsecured locations, making them easy targets for attackers. Unencrypted communications. Communication between the website and its users is not adequately encrypted, exposing sensitive data to potential interception. Now we'll discuss the impact of the issues. The issues identified pose significant risks, including unauthorized access to sensitive information, system disruption, and potential non-compliance with data protection laws. These vulnerabilities also expose SASSA to reputational damage and loss of public trust. Recommendations. To address these risks, we recommend implementing stronger password protection, improving server configurations, encrypting all communications, as well as securing sensitive files. Adopting industry standard security practices will strengthen the system's defenses and ensure better protection for user data and system functionality. We now discuss the recommendations on the SRD system in detail. Number one, strengthening multi-factor authentication. So we identified that the current OTP-based authentication is vulnerable to SIM swap, where attackers can intercept OTPs by gaining control of the victim's phone number. Lack of OTPs is, in some instances, that should be in some instances, further worsens the security of the system. And because of that, we recommend that there must be implementation of multi-factor authentication. That is by combining OTPs with biometric verification or other secure authentication methods. As multi-factor authentication will provide additional layer of security to the system and reduce the risk of unauthorized access. We further want to expand on the use of multiple applicants per cell phone number. The issue is allowing multiple applicants to register using the same cell phone number increases the risk of impersonation and fraudulent claims. And our recommendation is to enforce stricter controls by linking each applicant's ID to a unique phone number and limit the number of registrations per phone number, unless verified exceptions are presented. This will reduce the potential for fraud and identity manipulation. Number 3, enhance mobile money and cash send verification. The issue is mobile money services and cash send mechanisms may be vulnerable to unauthorized access and fraud if account verification is weak. We therefore recommend that we must strengthen account verification processes for mobile money and cash send disbursements, implement regular audits and real-time fraud detection monitoring to detect and prevent fraudulent transactions. This will ensure that only verified beneficiaries receive funds. Number 4 is on the expansion of biometric verification. The issue here being that biometric verification is currently only used in cases of suspected fraud, leaving some fraudulent claims unchecked. So we recommend that SASSA should implement biometric verification for a broader range of transactions at random intervals. This will improve fraud detection and capabilities and make it harder for fraudsters to bypass security measures. Next is a continuation of the recommendations, and the first issue being to improve call center security. The issue number 1 is conduct information changes via call center assistance could be exploited using social engineering attacks where fraudsters impersonate legitimate users to manipulate agents. Our recommendation is to strengthen call center protocols by implementing stricter identity verification procedures before updating contact details. Additionally, conduct regular training for call center agents to recognize and respond appropriately to social engineering tactics. Number 2, implement strict access controls and insider threat mitigation. The issue is hosting the SRD system on internal server exposes it to potential insider threat or compromised credentials. Recommendation is implement strict access controls, including the principle of least privilege, to limit internal access to the system, conduct regular security audits, obviously by independent people that we didn't include on the slide there, because we are talking of inside threats, real-time monitoring for unusual activities, and provide insider threat training to employees. Additionally, adopt a zero-trust security model to further minimize the risk of internal threats. Periodic revalidation of cell phone ownership. The issue is cell phone numbers may be reassigned or shared within households, which could lead to misuse and disputes. We recommend that SASSA should implement periodic revalidation of cell phone ownership, especially for long-term users. Send user alerts when new applications are tied to their phone numbers to enhance tracking and prevent fraudulent use. The next slide is again a further recommendation to the SRD system. The first item being the implementation of data encryption. So the issue is there is currently no mention of encryption for sensitive data such as IDs, permits, or banking details, increasing the risk of data breaches. Our recommendation is implementing end-to-end encryption for all sensitive data, both in transit and at rest. This will ensure compliance with best practices and data protection regulations, safeguarding beneficiary information from unauthorized access and breaches. The second item there is regular security audits and penetration testing. The system may be vulnerable to undetected attacks or exploits if not regularly tested for system weaknesses, for security weaknesses. Recommendation: conduct regular security audits and penetration testing to identify potential vulnerabilities and proactively address them. This will help maintain a strong security posture and ensure SRD system is resilient against emerging threats. By implementing these recommendations, SASSA can significantly enhance the security of the SRD system, ensuring it continues to function efficiently and securely while minimizing the risk of fraud and data breaches. These measures will protect beneficiaries, safeguard sensitive information, and maintain public trust in the system's integrity. We move on to the web application recommendations. I may just want to explain to the honorable members that when we were talking about the SRD system, we were talking about the processes or the administrative function of the system. Now, when we talk about the web application, we are talking about the actual platform and not the administrative part of it. For example, when we say administrative part, we are talking of instances where we say someone bring your ID or give us your phone number. So these are separate from what we are going to discuss now. This is now the actual configuration of the web application.
Excuse me, sorry, but you still have this in the presentation that went to the honorable members?
Yes, Chair, we still
You do, okay.
To ensure the security and integrity of the SRD system, it is essential that the identified vulnerabilities be addressed promptly. The following recommendations are made to mitigate the risks and improve the system's overall security posture. Number one, enhance login security. Implement capture or similar mechanisms to prevent automated login attempts and mitigate brute force attacks. Introduce a limit on failed login attempts with automating account logout and alerts for administrators when this threshold is reached. Enforce strong password policies, ensuring users select complex passwords to reduce the likelihood of credential stuffing attacks. Monitor login attempts for unusual activity and set up IP-based restrictions to block suspicious login attempts. So this is to make sure that whoever tries to breach the system from the interface, if ever they try to do whatever trick these controls can help minimize the risk. Next is strengthen proxy security. Conduct an audit of the Apex mod prox configuration. This one, Apache mod _prox, it's an application which is running on the web server, and its configuration has allowed or can allow one of the vulnerabilities that we identified wherein a user can run an unauthenticated script. So we are saying this must be disabled. Restrict proxy access to trusted domains and IP addresses, preventing unauthorized access to internal systems. Regularly update Apache servers with the latest security patches and apply best practices such as disabling proxy requests and using explicit allow lists for proxied content. Number 3, improve content security policies. Define a strict content security policy that limits trusted sources for scripts, images, and other resources. So on this, we are trying to handle issues where untrusted scripts from anywhere can be run against our web application. Use nonce or hash-based CSP policies to prevent the execution of malicious or unauthorized inline scripts. Regularly review and update CSP configurations to ensure they align with the latest security standards and protect against cross-site scripting attacks. So these are some of the recommendations which are continued again on this page. Starting with number 1, implementing critical HTTP security headers. So we are recommending that management should add and properly configure HTTP headers, such as referrer policy and permissions policy, to prevent the sharing of sensitive information and reduce the risk of browser feature exploitation. Use automated security testing tools to verify the presence and correct configuration of all recommended security headers. Furthermore, we recommend the upgrading of the SSL, TSL security. Update the server configuration to support strong encryption protocols such as TSL 1.2 and TSL 1.3, while disabling outdated protocols such as TSL 1.0 and 1.1. Conduct regular SSL, TLS assessments to ensure that the encryption settings meet modern security standards and are free from vulnerabilities. Number 3, secure database backups. Store database backups in secure locations with restricted access to prevent unauthorized access. Encrypt all database backups to protect sensitive information and ensure confidentiality. Implement strict retention policies to delete outdated backups and reduce the risk of data exposure. Number 4, enforce encrypted communications. So we recommend the enforcement of HTTPS across the entire website to ensure all communications are encrypted, protecting user data from interception. Automatically redirect all HTTP traffic to HTTPS to ensure secure communication. Maybe I need just to explain to the honorable members on HTTP. So these are protocols where when it's just HTTP, the protocol is not secure, and when it's HTTPS, it means it's secured. So just in brief, and number 3 introduction, the recommendation is that we should regularly audit encryption practices and configurations to ensure compliance with the latest security standards and protect data in transit. So we again say that by implementing these recommendations, SASSA can significantly improve the security of the SRD system, protect sensitive user data, and enhance the overall trust and reliability of the platform. Continuous monitoring, regular security audits, and prompt response to emerging threats are essential to maintaining a secure and resilient system. The next slide is about management comments. At the time of making this report, we had not yet received the management comments, as this is normally the practice in all audit reports, where we also give management chance to comment on the findings. Chairperson, with the background previously provided, I'm sure there was mention of some work that still needs to be done. So we have got, number one, a comprehensive server assessment where we still need to conduct a full evaluation of the server hosting the SRD online system. And this will include analyzing its performance under high user volumes, identifying potential vulnerabilities, outdated software or hardware risks, verifying compliance with SASSA's IT and security standards. At this point, Chairperson, I may also need to highlight that we had, at some point, attempted to analyze certain pieces of data. However, we could not do this on a live system, as we feared a risk of contaminating the system and also tampering with running processes. So we had to do this process by taking a forensic copy for offsite analysis, which we later realized, as we will present, as we will demonstrate in the next slide, that the data itself is so huge that the process could not be finalized according to the projections.
Sorry, can we just hear what?
Sorry, Chairperson, for the interruption. I want to say at the back here, phones keeps on going off, and there's a noise since this morning, outside and inside, and it's very disturbing because you try to listen, but the people at the back is just going on as if the phone goes on, off, on, off, on, off, and it is disturbing us because we want to listen to hear what's going on, but there's too much movements up and down. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. That point is sustained. I have myself been thinking that maybe I have one of these conditions, ADHD or whatever, because I'm very sensitive to movements and noises and whatever. If we could please just heed what the Honourable Member has asked for and lessen the amount of movement and the phones going off. Back then, when I was everyone here's age, we never had phones on while the actual meeting of the committee is going on, because the committee needs to be able to attend and be attentive to the presentation that is being made. Please, may I ask for that? May I not have a member again saying that this is what is happening, because it's really disturbing and it's not necessary. Thank you so much, Honourable Murray. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Number two issue to be finalized is the completion of interviews with the students from Stellenbosch University. We still need to interview the students involved in the SRD online system. This will help us to gather what the students discovered at the time of their assessments. And it's also important to note, honorable members, that cybersecurity assessments results differ for each point in time. So what could be established today is not the same as what someone will find, let's say, next week. So it's important for us to also gather what they established at the time of their assessments. Number three, even though it's still on the slides, this matter has been addressed. So I can request that we take it as addressed because in the report it's already updated.
Yesterday, it was yesterday.
Next is the scope of work yet to be finalized. Chairperson, on the picture there is a graphic representing one of the running processes of the SRD servers. I may just mention that this SRD server was of a size of 2.3 terabytes of data. Normally, our forensic system runs 500 gig terabyte for 8 hours. So we can imagine if 500 gig is only a small portion of 2 terabytes and it can take us this long, it means even for the bigger server, it will require more time to process. So this is just to represent the stage of the running processes behind at the time of sharing of the report. Furthermore, we had challenges that we highlighted here, being that of limited time to address all the scope items, high volumes of data than initially anticipated. I would like to explain that as external users, we are not directly interacting with the actual data itself. Therefore, it's not easy to predetermine the exact time we may take up until we have interacted with the data. So we later realized upon interaction that the volumes were higher than initially anticipated. The third challenge we had was the access to the SRD system at some point. So it could be third-party internet systems or the platform was down at some point. But what we then did, Chair, was just to take screenshots, as you can see there, to demonstrate our attempts at certain points where we failed to connect to the server. As I'm saying, obviously, we also test other sites, and if these ones are running and this one is not running, we know that we have an issue, and it will not be our internal network challenge. So I will move on to conclusion. Our conclusion for the SRD system, point number 1, the vulnerability assessment of the SASSA SRD system highlights several areas of concern that must be addressed to enhance security and maintain the integrity of its operations. While the SRD system operates effectively overall, there are key vulnerabilities, such as weaknesses in OTP-based authentication, the allowance of multiple applicants per cell phone number, and the use of mobile money services that expose the platform to potential fraud and misuse. The lack of data encryption and limited scope of biometric verification also present significant risks to the system's security. To mitigate these risks, SASSA should implement targeted security improvements. These include adopting multi-factor authentication, enhancing verification protocols, expanding biometric checks, and enforcing end-to-end encryption for sensitive data. These measures will reduce the likelihood of fraudulent activities and ensure the secure handling of beneficiary information, further safeguarding the integrity of the SRD system. By addressing the security gaps, SASSA can continue to ensure safe and accurate disbursement of grants, enabling user trust and maintaining operational integrity. Strengthening the system's security will also reinforce its resilience against future threats, ensuring the long-term protection of both beneficiaries and the system itself. In conclusion, while the SRD system is well designed, addressing the identified security vulnerabilities will significantly improve its overall security posture, prevent fraud, and protect sensitive client data. With these enhancements, SASSA can further solidify its reputation for efficiently and securely serving vulnerable individuals, ensuring continued public confidence in the system. Next is our conclusion on the web application vulnerabilities. If you remember, I said there is a conclusion on the system, then on the configuration of the web application. The vulnerabilities identified in the SRD system present significant risks to both the security of the platform and the trust of its users. Addressing these vulnerabilities is crucial to ensure the integrity of user data, safeguard sensitive information, and protect the system from potential exploits. Number one, login page credential guessing attack. The lack of adequate protection against brute force and credential stuffing attacks leaves user accounts vulnerable to unauthorized access. Implementing stronger authentication measures such as captcha, login attempt limits, and prompting complex password policies is necessary to user accounts, to secure user accounts. Apache mod _prox, reverse proxy security bypass. Misconfigurations in the reverse proxy expose internal systems to unauthorized access and malicious activity. Auditing these server configurations, restricting proxy access, and applying security patches are vital steps to mitigate the risks. Content security policy. Weak or improperly configured content security policies make the system susceptible to script injection and data theft. Defining strict CSP rules, testing for effectiveness, and correcting any syntax errors will bolster protection against these types of attacks. Directory enumeration. The exposure of sensitive files via directory listings increases the likelihood of data leakage and exploitation. Disabling directory listings and enforcing strict access controls will significantly reduce the chances of sensitive data being compromised. We continue with the conclusion for the SRD web application. The first item being missing HTTP security headers. The absence of critical security headers such as referrer policy and permissions policy exposes the system to potential data leaks and malicious use of browser features. Implementing these headers will reduce the risk of information being inadvertently shared or exploited. SSL TLS configuration. The current B grade for SSL/TLS indicates that the encryption protocols are not up to modern standards, leaving data vulnerable to interception. Updating server configurations to support strong encryption protocols and disabling outdated ones will improve the security of data in transit. Number three, unprotected database backup files. The lack of security for database backups puts sensitive information at risk of exposure. Encrypting backups and storing them in secure locations will help protect critical data from being accessed or exploited. Number four, unencrypted communications. Unencrypted communications expose sensitive information such as login credentials to interception. Enforcing HTTPS across the entire website, ensuring all communications are encrypted, will safeguard user data from eavesdropping and man-in-the-middle attacks. In conclusion, the SRD system, while robust in design, requires several critical security improvements to mitigate potential threats and vulnerabilities. And by addressing these issues through the recommended remediation steps, SASSA can strengthen the system's security posture, protect user data, and ensure continued trust and safety of its beneficiaries. I don't know if I can take this to Mr. Mdao for the conclusion on the okay. All right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and the leadership of both DSD and SASSA and the public. We have now come to the end with the recommendation that to take note of the process followed by DSD in appointing service provider and the progress made by the appointed service provider in the assessment of the SASSA SRT online system. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much for this presentation. And I heard throughout the presentation the issue of timelines and the work that was still being done, regardless, you know, in spite of those tight timelines. And I would like to believe on behalf of the portfolio committee, but they will speak for themselves just now, want to say that the efforts that were made and that produced this work that was presented today, I appreciate it. And as I was reading this report, the presentation that was sent to us, I was frightened because obviously I'm not a technical person, I'm just a layman. When I would see things like the level is mild, but there are significant risks, but there are critical gaps, but there are this. And so I was saying, by the time you've thrown at the system the no less than 10 recommendations and issues, you do not have a system to speak of. This is a layman's person. I was reassured when I saw at the end that you say, whilst the system is robust in design, but then you go ahead and give all these other critical gaps and things, and I'm just thinking, why is it mild? Why is the assessment saying it's mild? But I'm saying this to appreciate the amount of work that you had to go to and the efforts that you made in this, given the time that you had at hand. And I could not agree more with the notion that says that there is more work that needs to be done. My fear comes when one thinks of what has happened in the meantime, in terms of these security risks being exploited for wrong motives, as it were. And also one would be interested to know, as these things were being uncovered, has any of these recommendations been implemented, or what has been happening in the last 30 days? But that is not for me to ask Honourable Minister, because I will hand over to the members of this committee to reflect and comment and ask for them to get clarity on the issue at hand. Mine was just to appreciate the work that has been done, given the time that you had. And one even wonders if you should have come back and said, look, guys, we've just gotten the people who are in the know-how for this. At this time, we can't give you what you want. But I appreciate the fact that you are saying that upfront and you are saying that there's more work that needs to be done, which then gives one another concern to say, if there's still work to be done after all this that we've heard today, what system do we have? And how much could have been lost in the system, you know? But I'll hand over to my colleagues. Thank you very much to the Masakare Incorporated, to the department and to SASSA for this work. Honorable Munyai. Should I just say everybody? No, there are people who are not interested in asking any questions.
They won't speak, those that are not interested.
Honorable Munyai, you will start, followed by Honorable Mahatu, Honorable Msongo, Honorable Thong, Honorable Abrams, and Honorable Ramaila, in that order. Honorable Rev and Honorable Mare. Go ahead, Honorable Munyai. What we normally do to Masihari Incorporated, we, as the honorable members comment and ask questions, we jot them down quickly so that when you have to respond, if you need to respond, you are able to say, this is what he said, this is how we are responding, just for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. You will forgive me, I have a terrible flu. Yeah, so maybe the lesser the engagement will be, I'm not sure. But your presentation requires a lot of engagement, and I think I should welcome you, Chairperson. And Chairperson, you'll remember that, you know, if the minutes of the previous meeting were adopted it earlier, the scope of work in writing them the letters would have increased, because some of the areas were missing. Because on the previous engagement on record, I proposed cyber range solution, and I propose a network center that is focused on SASSA. But in the penetration test, it was, by the way, because already, remember, it was against the presentation we received from the renowned University of Stellenbosch, which produce various scientists in our countries, and so on. I just want to establish, by the way, he didn't introduce himself. He was introduced. I could not capture the name of the presenter.
Stanley.
Sorry?
Stanley who?
Stanley Machote.
Yeah, he actually was introduced, yeah.
Oh, no, he was introduced, but I didn't catch the name. But I could just check I could hear the dialect that he could be of Zimbabwean origin, from Shona side. In your investigation, did you interface with the data center hosting SASSA sensitive information beyond the on-site or off-site or remote work? And what should be a comment in that engagement? Because beyond the servers, are you aware that SASSA have a data center and which interface with both the hosting, that's hosting that SASSA information? And I'm sure you will advise whether this investigation was on-site or off-site. If it was off-site, did you have to get the data from the server themselves or access to data centers? That would be the first question. And I'm sure, are you aware that there is a perhaps remote maintenance guide accepting the technical support applications? This is the question. If yes, did you find any telephony or email services that is on 24/7 regular mode? If you could share with us. I'm raising this because the local support naturally will have to be carried as per customers' needs, as you might be aware, if you are expecting the cyber solutions or cyber security. Did you find whether there's any continuous or routine maintenance task, including reconfiguration and the backup support with respect to the system? If you can answer that question. And I'm saying if you do that, Chair, you will find the normal working condition and the environment. And lastly, the other issue will be the issues of periodic checks, periodic checks of the system component to ensure proper working condition and data integrity. Because I'm raising this because data analytic is the future, beyond just simple issues of penetration tests as a principle. And I'm also want to establish is whether any proper shutdown and restart of the system in a controlled manner, subsequent testing as needed or as you would have done it. That will be the other question. What way investigation of defective equipment, replacement of the defective hardware, and I'm saying, I'm using your language for sure as a cyber expert, and I should understand this one, such that there's an update, spare parts, and keeping up with quantity real-time information. Now, Chair, allow me, because he had a very long presentation. Now, Chairperson, I noted my question as he was presenting. What process cyber-braided practice based on a simulated scenario if you did follow such a standard? Did SRD or SASSA platform support the collections of the traffic data from the specified ports of network and devices by means of traffic mirroring, mirror. And I'll repeat this question because if you answer this question, I'll be at ease with the rest of the process, Honorable Minister and the Chair. And I'm saying, with respect to the platform, SASSA platform, did it support the collection of the traffic data from the specified parts of network devices by means of traffic mirror to mirror what is there in the server or in the data center or in the system itself? What were the parameters of traffic image rules if you included such a mirror source? I'm saying this is with respect to traffic directions. It could be destination mode, it could be destination network source and so on. Because if it adds supporting the new traffic image, the rules is task execution, and it can start to stop control in the specified traffic image rules. You will know as an expert what I'm talking about. Chair, in doing your work, did you conduct what you call traffic simulation, such that you simulate real-time performance of the system? And I'm raising this, Chair and the presenter, respectively to check the scanning and the probing that you are talking about, whether it must remote guarding or intrusion or exfiltration with regard to traffic simulation, because those are the key bases of when you do some network penetration tests. And I know some of you may be invited to this conference to do such. Lastly, Chair, I have a lot of them, but in the interest of time, some I may have to send them in writing for written reply. What was the application operation behavior with respect to services and databases services with search engine, mailbox services, as well as a public IP address data streams. Do you know exactly the IP address of all data center servers? Of course, you know, because you might have mirrored or copied them. If you didn't copy, you might have worked on the site to do this. So lastly, can you introduce, and it's the last, really last. Can you demonstrate, you know, in your explanation, because you can't demonstrate with gadget now, for the interests of the honorable member who are not necessarily ICT or cybersecurity exposed, the introduction, a simple, simplified narrative, real internet traffic into the target range, and greatly improve simulation to a degree of the environment that you worked on. And do you agree on the introduction of the SABA range? Or what is a SABA range? Do you agree with the proposal that I've raised of the network security control centers? What will be in your simple understanding? Thank you. Thank you for bringing the cyber guru, if they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Munyai.
Sorry, I really profusely apologize for the time.
No. I know that you.
At least today, there's no because there's no person that it is.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The report is very, very much important or effective. Under my observation for consideration in the meeting, I see that there is a fundamental differences between two preparations. What will convene between the two, or maybe those two presentations? How can we allocate them so that the presentation can work together? At the same time, when you go to page 4, there is another 4.1. 1 and 2. I didn't understand them properly. I think you will check them, or when you answer me, maybe you can also give me the answer. Page 4.1, Yabali A and B, API vulnerabilities, data exposure. Then I'm again going to page 4. The investigation findings are also an indication that the AG findings are not adequately addressed. That is the efficiency of the SASSA internal controls and oversight mechanism in preventing and detecting the fraud. So here, I just want to understand, how are you going to claim those finances? Again, I want 3.4. 3.4 also come with another thing. I don't think I'll take more. Investigation scope must include impact assessment. How many fraudulent applications are there? How many impacted beneficiaries? Monies lost for ineligible beneficiary, triggering culprits, people treating, and also domestic or international. So if you can see here, there is I don't know, is a financial crisis or what. So here, you must at least clarify this matter. So from here, I think you can try to clarify. Explore alternatives like email verification to address risks such as multiple application per cell number and the vulnerability of OTP based on authentication to SIM swap fraud. The day we were there, they spoke about the SIM swap when we were in that committee. So we were unable to understand the issue of the SIM swap. Maybe today you can tell us what is happening. Then my last question. I can say I know I don't I don't organize the minister, but I've got another thing. Maybe we can take it. In conclusion, the portfolio committee must play a stronger oversight role to the timeline. So that is my last one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Makgatu, for your questions. Honourable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the entire department and SASSA. Let me first, Minister, welcome your overview and acknowledge that you did mention or you did acknowledge the weaknesses within the department and SASSA in relation to this matter, and the role played by the department to get to where we are today as the portfolio committee. I really understand, Minister, the presentations and the findings and the recommendations. I would believe that Masahari and Associates presented to the department and SASSA first before they came to us. And I would have, chairperson of the portfolio committee, maybe would have expected this portfolio committee to have two presentations, one of Masahari and Associates and one of SASSA. Because now Masahari and Associates clearly comes with what they found and recommendations to SASSA. And their presentation clearly states, Chair, that there are a lot of problems. And we understand that the SRD grant was an initiative that came during COVID-19. It was things of fast moves, and not all steps were followed because the president has said now people must get this, and everything was quick. Now, from 2020 to now, when the presenter comes with all these challenges, yes, they said it's level 2, threats level 2, right? Yes, but with all that's mentioned, clearly there is a problem. And I believe that SASSA should be looking into it, because we can't now wait for students to come and identify a problem. And then when the department requests for further investigation, indeed the problem is there. And the presenters are confirming what the students have said. And I would have, like I said earlier on, that an action plan should have came after this presentation from SASSA to say this is where we're going from this presentation, from these findings, this is where we are going, this is what's going to happen from now, because now it's a presentation of what's wrong and the recommendations. And also the two-phased approach. I think that two-phased approach lacks urgency, because if it was really urgent, it should have dealt with everything. Now, I feel that it lacks agency. Probably, maybe the presenter will clarify further. I understand that it said that it dealt with the SRD grant on one or now, and then furthermore, it's going to deal with the other grants. But then my problem is that in the meantime, what is happening in the system while we are here. Probably these students dealt with the SRD because they were applying for it and then they found the problems. If there's another one who's dealing with the child support grant and there's a very same problem, but they did not present it here. So I feel it should have just packaged everything. It should have packaged everything in one because everything is important. Also indicate what informs the two-system approach, as I mentioned. And yeah, like I said, Che, I think it is upon SASSA from now. It is upon SASSA to bring confidence to the people of South Africa and the portfolio committee, because obviously we are not experts of IT. Those that are experts have came to us and presented to us, and they've gave us their findings and their recommendations. So SASSA now needs to bring confidence to us and the people of South Africa that everything is safe. Like I'm saying, these are students that dealt with one system of the SRD grant. We've got other grants, and what is happening in the meantime, all those things. Thanks, Chair. That will be that from me.
Thanks, Honourable Mhlongo. I believe the Minister will take care of your concern about, because even the presenters did say that at the time of them preparing this presentation, the management report or the management response or comments were not there. But that was then. I don't know what day that was. So who knows if SASSA now has comments, and the Minister will tell us that SASSA can present those comments. I just also wanted to allay fears from the honourable members by saying that we will have to forego the internal business, because I would like for the members to engage, and then for us to get this opportunity to have those questions responded to. Honourable Klong.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is not questions, but just input. We welcome the report, Chairperson, as presented by the department, and applaud the department for sticking to the timeframes and ensuring that they have investigative report to present to the portfolio committee with the time constraints. The overall findings, Chairperson, according to the report presented, seem to confirm claims raised, like issues of unauthorized applications linked to people's IDs, potential misuse of funds, and also existence of vulnerabilities that could enable unauthorized access. I think, Chairperson, that the department must acknowledge the system weaknesses and start to focus on resolving the gaps. Further, Chairperson, the recommendation presented in the report are very promising, but we must also, as the committee chair, emphasize the importance of the department collaboration with cybersecurity experts and the relevant government agencies in assessing, responding and adapting to cyber threats. My recommendations, Chairperson, is that the department must present a detailed action plan to the committee from their preliminary investigation findings. The plan must outline how SASSA and DSD will strengthen collaboration with other government agencies and key stakeholders to address cybersecurity concerns. The plan must include specific scope of the phase of the investigation based on the outcome of the preliminary investigation. Investigation scope, Chairperson, must also include the impact assessment. For example, how many fraudulent applications are there, how many impacted beneficiaries, monies lost to ineligible beneficiaries, tracking culprits or people orchestrating fraud, and also if the investigation have somehow found if there are any department officials involved. My recommendation, further, Chair, is that the department must increase public awareness to of common scams and fraudulent activities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Tong. I believe now it's Honourable Reverend. Sorry, it's Honourable Abrams. Do you agree, Honourable Rev?
Yes. See in agreement. Thank you, Chairperson, and all protocol observed. And thank you very much for the presentation. I'd just like to perhaps if you can confirm the summary of the fundamental flaw in the system, and that's that it was lacking verification, in that the system couldn't verify that the person using the ID number was in fact that person, that the ID number belonged to that person. And even though there was an OTP to a cell phone, the system couldn't verify that that cell phone belonged to that person with that ID number. And that only cases of suspected fraud then moved on to the fraud department, where the biometric system was initiated. So I just want to understand if that is the basis of what we're looking at. Then also, Chairperson, I think I'm trying to not maybe repeat what other members have said, but we can now move away from terming this as allegations of fraud to actual fraud. Is that what the investigation has also determined? I'd also like to know the panel that was supposed to be the process of the of appointing a panel that started in May 2023. What was the delay? Why only now this year? And if the department can submit the names of those 9 companies on the panel. Then, Chairperson, with regard to the service provider, because in the presentation it does state that there were other bidders, but the other bidders were preoccupied and cited time constraints and everything else, and therefore you were in essence almost a default bidder because nobody else submitted their proposals. Has your prior work been of this scale? And I ask that because in your presentation you make reference to the point that the amount of data was more than what you anticipated. So I just would like to be reassured that work you've done prior, does tackle cybersecurity and work of this nature and work of this volume and magnitude. And then the head of DSD's audit mentioned that, there is, if he can maybe just repeat what he said on the status of an SIU investigation, because I didn't quite catch that clearly, but also to confirm whether or not the department or the minister has actually requested a presidential proclamation for an SIU investigation into this matter, which is an independent body, even independent from the department's supply chain management, who has appointed the independent auditors. Then, Chairperson, I'd also like to know the auditors, and even it's applicable to the staff at DSD and the staff at SASSA, but for this instance, the auditors. You've been let into a very confidential system. Were you and your staff vetted to be able, before giving access to the systems of SASSA? And also, can you see what was fixed in the system post 14th of October, when the ground up article was first released, and the 23rd of October, when we had that initial presentation to the committee? And then also, Chairperson, the presenter makes reference to a report, and I'm assuming it's this report that we've been provided with, this 21-page report that we've been provided with. And I'd just like to know why, and which most of it's been copied and pasted into this presentation that's now in the public domain, but why is it that the limitations and your assumptions have not been conversed to us in this presentation. Because in reading the limitations and assumptions, I think that's also, very important. But also, I mean, your disclaimer point 3, that this, does not substitute for professional advice and legal or otherwise advice, which again draws me back to why an SIU investigation should be considered. Then also, I think it would, in the previous, and you weren't there in the previous meeting, where most members made reference, some members made reference to technicalities, and you can hear now again they're asking for technical matters, which I'm not a technical person. But if there was a technical report, that would maybe assist us. So the question is this the report that we are, that you did, that we now have, this 21 pages? Then I would also like to get clarity on what you mean by unsecure locations with reference to the unprotected backup. If you can give us an example of what you found was an unsecure location. And then to the department, who were the originators of the system in 2020? And who is this 2 SLA agreements with that's been referenced in this? Because I'm trying to understand that how could the originators of something that's gonna have billions of rand run through it and millions of people run through it, leave off something which now seems so, as in technical and but amateurish technical, in leaving off the S in the HTTPS. So why was that then originally left off in the original design of the system, if now it's seeming so glaring obvious that it should never have been left off if you had the technical know-how? Then I'd also like to know what was the role of SASSA's internal fraud and management and compliance unit in this process, or if they were completely left out, as well as what was the role that the incubation unit, the inspectorate incubation unit, played in any of this, if any. And then, since we are on the topic of cybersecurity, on our WhatsApp group, we were sent a link referencing the naughty sec group who's claimed they've stolen millions from SASSA. If SASSA or the minister can just please allay any fears that we have to the if there's any truth in that article on broadband, because this presentation has now told us that the likelihood of attack is moderate, but if successful, it can be impactful. And here we have reports in the media claiming that these attacks have already happened. So if the department can maybe just please speak to that. Then I won't get into what the second phase of the investigation is, because I believe the other members have gotten into that. But in this past 30 days, I would like to know, has there been any engagement with the South African Reserve Banks regarding their FICA processes, or with the cell phone companies regarding their RICA and FICA processes? And is there any money that's stuck in bank accounts, SASSA's money stuck in bank accounts, that maybe banks had to put a stop to because they found that maybe that account was fraudulent, suspicions of fraudulent accounts? So is there any money that's just sitting in banks currently? Then with regard to the recommendations, I too would have benefited, from a presentation detailing what of the recommendations can be implemented now, what can be implemented at a later stage, and also if the department has done a cost analysis on these recommendations. How much is it going to cost the department to do? And then
You are done.
No, I've got one more point, last point. Then, Minister and ADG, there's a link in the public domain which was created, and you can actually check, you can type your ID number into it, and you can check to see whether or not there was a grant made in your name. What it doesn't show, however, is whether or not the grant obviously was paid, because that's information SASSA would need to have. But my question to you then, Minister and ADG, is are you aware of this link in the public domain? And if you are aware of this link in the public domain, what efforts are you doing to then take those ID numbers and cross-reference it with SASSA's database to allay the fears of people in that their identities have been stolen and there's a grant being paid out in their name? Because, for example, you know, it would be easy if the person's a government employee, because you can check that against PERSOL, and then the grant would not be processed and paid out. But what if that person is not in government employee or on any of the systems? And I mention this because I sent the link to some of my family members and friends, and they had active ID numbers in their names, you know, and they have never even made application. And you're right, Minister, in your open remarks that this does bring about a sense of fear in the public, because identity theft ruins lives. You can't move if someone's stolen your identity. So I'll leave it at there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Abrams. Honourable Rev.
Thank you, Chairperson, honourable members, officials, and everyone.
Honourable Rev, there seems to be something that Dr. Maskhare wants to
Yes, thank you,
intervene
Chair.
with.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through your permission, Chair, maybe we should just ensure that we answer all the questions satisfactorily by requesting maybe that only we take 5 questions from 5 people, then the round will follow. Oh, okay. Thanks, Chair.
We have just had another chairperson appointed. I actually, honourable members, please bear with me when I say this is an environment maybe that the service provider has not been in, because our norm is to ask all the questions, and the department has, well, not done badly in trying to field those questions, but maybe for the service provider, they might just need, you know, some space to answer those that have been asked already. So how many people have you listened to? Now, how many people have we had?
5.
Oh, you've already, okay, there's 2 left. Do you still want to do your 5?
No, if it's 2, then it's fine, Chair. We can just... I was thinking maybe it's more, you know.
You are in luck. There's actually 11 of us, and we can all ask questions. I'm not going to ask mine anymore, which is, you know, because I'm understanding as a person. Please go ahead, Honourable Rev.
Thank you so much, Chair. I am Reverend Twabaza from the MK Party, which is having a first anniversary. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much for the presentation from the department and from the service providers. And looking at the system itself, thank you. The minister has mentioned that the SASSA system have won some awards internationally, of which we do have a credible system. There are just gaps that are there. I also thank the department for taking this this matter very urgent and important to them, because there is money that is lost each and every day due to what is happening in the system. And also thank them for bringing in the SIU and the SSA. I think that it shows that they are serious about fixing the challenges that is there. I do also acknowledge that there are a number of external external institutions which must be integrated into the whole system. The issue of RICA, I don't know what happened in this country about it. I think it could be playing a role also in terms when you are looking in with the number that it reflects that the number is for this particular person. Also, we have a culprit of which are the banks. The young boy, not the young boys, the young students that came in. They also mentioned that there was somebody who was using their bank account, receiving grant money from their bank account. So it means that the person has opened the bank account on their names and the money is going to that bank account. So now the banks are included into this overall, I don't know, syndicate or what. I would have loved also the system to be integrated to Home Affairs, making sure that when you put that ID number, it really is, you are able to integrate with Home Affairs. I mean, the banks, they have integrated their systems with Home Affairs. Your number of institutions have done that, and it's easier to eliminate some of the challenges that are of the system. The young students did not say that they hacked the system. They said they did not hack the system. So it was not a matter of the system itself. In terms of, it was a matter of the process when we are logging in that the system cannot detect if you have logged in 10 times or whatever, or who is this the real person that is there. So now the presentation comes with the information as if the system is able to be hacked. Now, due to these gaps that the presentations are showing, I would have loved that because it's something that you said, but it's on the last page, or whatever. You said that you have not met the young students, of which I thought you would have started there because that's a challenge, and they found the fault, and now we need to work backwards to say maybe you start by doing whatever they did into seeing what is the problem going forward. But now you have not engaged with the students. I think it's scope of work yet to be finalized. Now, if you have not met with the young students, then I don't understand, because that's what we wanted to know, that is this able to be sorted out, and then other problems that are there, then they can be sorted out. But the problem that the young student they faced is the current problem. It's on TV, it's on newspapers, and you have not met the young gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Rev, Honorable Murray. And this is the last one, right?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. My name is Paulita Murray.
Sorry, Honorable Murray. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that. I was told that there's only 2 members left, and there were 3. So this increases the scope of this project. Let me leave you and Honorable Ramaila and ask for the questions that have been asked to be, because really we're going straight back to what Dr. Maskhare was talking about, right? Where there's a whole lot of questions that need to be asked. Please go ahead if you are ready. Otherwise, I'm going to unleash the other two. You can go ahead. Or must I ask them to continue? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Honorable Murray.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson. My name is Paulita Murray. I'm from the Economic Freedom Fighters. I just want to know, I want to say thank you for the presentation. Thank you to the Minister and all the departments that are here for trying to solve this problem, because it was a shock, and the Minister asked for the 30 days to sort this thing out. The question that I want to ask is, if I look at the slides, you said in the one slide that the SRD system was off, where it said the site cannot be reached. Was that problem sorted out, or how long did that problem persist? And then I also would like to know, how much is this Maskhare going to cost the department? Because was it part of the budget from the beginning, and it is something that is just brought in? How much is it going to cost the department at the very moment? And then I want to know, is the service provider of the SRD grant taking any responsibility for the lack of security? Because they introduced the system in 2020, and as we can remember, people from Namibia was here to come and listen to what our SRD grants are doing, and social grants for older persons, disability and that, because they want to introduce it into their country. They want to have a similar system like the one that we are having. I just want to know, are this service provider taking any responsibility for the lack of security that is there at the moment? On the threat level 2, that you say it's medium, but if you look at it, the medium, it doesn't look medium, you know. It just look like there's a lot of things that is involved there. That is, for us, it's red flags, but you are saying it's medium because we're not technical people. So I cannot say exactly. And then the question I want to ask about the SIM swap. What if a person's cell phone got lost or gets stolen and you have to make a SIM swap? How is that going to impact? Because I have queries that the CEO knows that I've been sending her about people that change their SIM cards or the phone was stolen, and up to today, a year later, they can't get their monies because there's a problem with this thing of changing SIM numbers. I just want to know, how are you going to work on that thing of the SIM swap when it's genuine, where persons' phones get stolen or get lost, and now they need to change, but now they can't get the grant because there's a SIM swap. And then the other thing I also would like to know is that how many people that was getting these grants, how many people that was not eligible to get these grants, how many of them got the grants, and how many of those money did you get back? And then I also would like to know, the people that's been struggling to get these SRD grants because of complications in the system, do you know how many of them are outstanding and how many must still get paid that SRD grant? Because I get emails on a daily basis of people that have been struggling to get these SRD grants. And then also, SASSA's helpline has been a problem for a very long time. And I just want to know, is there something that you could do on this helpline issue? Was it sorted out? And then what is the way forward on that thing? I just want to know something. I read this document here, and the thing that is very interesting is that Maskhare is saying, and his employers, gents and representatives, they are not held liable for any loss, damage or harm resulting from using or reliance. I just want to know, SASSA, they say the SASSA assume all risks associated with the use. So if you use the program that you are going to put in place now, you are saying that you're not taking responsibility for any of those things. It is SASSA's problem. So I just need to understand that part. If you say that, because you are the ones that is coming in with the new program that is going to be on the system to make sure that SASSA's things are protected on the system. But still you are saying you're not liable for anything. It is the SASSA's problem. I just need to understand that question. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues and officials. Some of the areas I think have been covered. If I repeat, it will just be a matter of emphasis. But if we start at the beginning, is that we took a knee-jerk response. We took a knee-jerk response in the sense that we were worried by the information delivered by the students. So a knee-jerk response was to request the department, the minister through the department, to go and do a preliminary investigation for us within 30 days so that it could be presented here. And because of that, and I'm sure that is why, even when I went to ask about the procurement processes, supply chain processes, that resulted in one service provider being available, is because the time period was too short, and which then therefore suggests that I think as this committee, we might need really to chart a way forward in order for us to circumvent certain possible things that might come. You'd have, and I'm sure would have learned lessons from the previous administrations, that would have a project like this that might start, say, as a thumbsuck at the value of 1 million. But when I come here next year, talking about something that is more than 200 million, Chair, if we don't do certain things correct at the beginning, which is what I really may want us to look at that. Now, I would want to start with the terms of reference, and Honorable Abrams has raised part of the thing that I wanted to ask. Maybe, Chair, had you known what are the questions that you wanted to ask to make some of us at ease, for me, the first question would have been, is the service provider appointed vetted? That would have been the first question. And that is a question that I've asked to the minister. It's a very critically an important question to ask, because now Masare has got access to a very critical information of the department. And there's a saying that you set a thief to catch a thief. Yeah, so I'm just saying this is a critical matter, and I'm sure the Honourable Minister might want to really respond to that matter. But because of that, that quick response that we wanted, maybe you might explain what will be the other process. And this is much linked to the SSA and SIU, which you said you could not get response from them because they would have advice on certain security measures to be applied before you could engage the service provider. And I'm sure that part, the way it has been explained, has not been done. And it's a critical part, a critical path that is necessary in this project, Honorable Minister. Now, maybe the question that I might want to ask now, out of this presentation, is to, okay, the first question, Chair, that has been answered was whether the allegations by the students were true or not. And I want a confirmation. By your presentation, it's like you're saying you are confirming what was alleged by the students. To that extent, the mandate given to the department has been achieved by confirming whether that is true or not. But I still want it to be confirmed whether that is true, because then that suggests the next steps to be taken. But again, Honorable Abrams has touched on a critical matter by the naughty boys, and as far as the hacking of the, amongst others, the credit bureaus in South Africa. There's an allegation that these naughty boys got the information through the credit bureaus, and they were able to use that information to access information from SASSA as far as SRDs are concerned. But they also went further to, I think it's on the 8th of November, the same group they specialize in hacking, in saying that they have released files that appear to, it appears that they were transferring fraudulently claimed SRD grants from Time Bank accounts to an Investec account. And again, it was through that they were able to access information that would be linked to enable them to access SASSA information, especially as far as SRD is concerned. And I don't know to what extent you haven't said anything. You just indicate that there's a possibility, vulnerability of hacking. You haven't gone further to make an attempt of proving that indeed, except the students, that besides the case by the students, this has been hacked, the system has been hacked. But I'm assuming it has been hacked, though you put it at a medium level. And normally, there's an interface between the external risk and the internal risk. It is normally the internal risks that enables the external risk to hack the system. Now, in terms of the internal risk, that is the staff of the department. Because obviously, that's what I'm saying, we need a broader investigation. You can't say, because you haven't done any investigation as far as that is concerned, you can't say to us internally, the risk is medium, whether it's high or it's low. But it's important for us to be able to understand that part. The enablers are inside the department. And we have to find a way of exposing those enablers if we are to be able to try have a way of managing this matter. But like I said as a preamble, that we do not have a budget, but we need to be exposed to what has been incurred this far. And with this information, going forward, what will be the estimated amount that is required to do a proper investigation as far as this matter is concerned. Now that, Chair, this leads me to a process flow that I'm saying we have achieved in terms of the preliminary investigation, a confirmation. But with all that has been said, it means the period hasn't been enough. And also for us to be safe, we really need to follow the supply chain process to the latter. We do need to follow the supply chain processes to the latter, so that even that process must be competitive enough so that even a company that is appointed would be a company that they would have gone through the necessary processes. We really might have to look at that matter. Because, Chair, we know what officials do. You buy a system. A system has got certain features that must be enabled to stop fraud and so on. But because you've got conspirators inside, they'll make sure that they don't enable those features to enable the system to be hacked. But also, we know any system requires upgrades. And I don't know when last did the department upgrade this system. And we know normally there will be a company that is a license holder. And that company would always require you to upgrade the system so that the system becomes protected against cyber security. I don't know when last really did you do that one. Yesterday, we had a sitting in Parliament. And in that sitting, the minister, you were there, and we have heard what members have said. There's a serious trust deficit between the department, the community out there, and ourselves. I must be honest to you, Honorable Minister. Your colleagues, members of Parliament, have a deficit trust with regard to your department. And that comes with an experience. We can mention quite a number of things. And one of the things that was emphasized yesterday is that this department is unable to apply consequence management. And in any department where consequence management is not applied, you must know those that are supposed to apply the consequence management might supposedly be part of the conspiracy inside. Now, Chair, I wanted to make just few recommendations. That whilst we are on this matter, that the matter also be referred to the SIU for investigation. While we may be dealing with this matter internally. That we should request Chair for more time. And as a request for more time, the third one will be that we request that the department go and revise the terms of reference. But as if that happens, Chair, as they revise the terms of reference, in the terms of reference, it must be a precondition that a service provider, company that's going to be a successful bidder in this instance, a precondition is that this must be vetted. They must enlist the people that are going to be involved, and those people must be vetted. That must be a precondition in the terms of reference. Now, and I said lastly, Chair, that would depend on, we have what we have from the preliminary investigation. And revising the terms of reference, we might set up the next step in the process flow, which is to develop or revise the terms of reference, follow the supply chain processes within the stipulated times, so that this thing can be open to everybody to bid, and you go through that process, then you appoint a successful bidder with a clear estimates that will be presented here. And not want to be sitting here next time, Chair, with a commission that is also investigating us as members of the portfolio committee, for we would have failed in our responsibility of playing foresight, would have allowed a 1 million project to become 100 million project. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. And thank you, honorable members, for those questions that are very telling of the atmosphere among the members, the atmosphere of nervousness and you know, like, apprehension and so on and so forth, which is you know, the situation you would find when we deal with things like this. I want to agree. I promised our service provider that I'm not going to ask my questions, so I'm just going to agree with all the questions that were asked. You must add me to have asked all those questions. The only question that I want to know from the Honourable Minister and the department and the entity is the gentleman, the chief internal auditor is from the department. Now, I want to know what has the chief internal auditor of SASSA done before these students, with just the many myriad complaints that we have always, every single Wednesday, you would hear these members that don't even get tired to say, this is wrong and that is wrong. And I met with the people in Bochabelo, and they said this and they said that. You would hear Honorable Marais saying, but surely this process should have been done periodically by someone at SASSA to say, hey guys, let's look at this. And there is, I'm sure there's an internal auditor at SASSA. I've heard that being mentioned. I don't know whether they are acting but there is a position, a funded position of an internal auditor. So the Honourable Minister, through SASSA or whomever, will, if you could please just, that is the only question I'm going to ask without flooding this space with questions. So I'll hand over to you, Honourable Minister, and you heard the questions were coming from, they were going to everybody from the service provider to the department to SASSA so I'm leaving that in your capable hands with your team. To take care of the honourable members' questions. Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members. I wish to just respond to questions that might be political and allow others that are administrative to between ADG and CEO.
Sorry, Honourable, I'm so sorry. Honourable Munya had asked to say just one thing, and I completely forgot him. Sorry.
You know, firstly, sorry, Chairperson, because I know you are trying to manage the time. We know that the Minister has taken a practical and urgent steps to try to attend to some challenges, and with their own prescribed time. And I'm sure we should welcome that. But I would also appeal, Honourable Minister, if it's practical, because while if they're saying that you are in your yard, the back door gate, it's open. You must allow, meanwhile it's happening, that those doors are closed up by SASSA. I'm saying practically. Because sometimes if you are to wait, by the time you get a final conclusive outcome, the damage could be unprecedented. I'm saying that multi-pronged approach between the DSD and SASSA working together. And I know your request was that, the request of the chair, not your request, was that we need an independent, independent investigator without interference by management of SASSA. I'm saying that's what you said lastly. So the point I'm trying to say that if there's any immediate practical issues that can be done while we are waiting for the overall conclusion, it have to be done. It's my plea if it's possible. And I'm saying that if there are challenges, we have to act to some of the issues to close up the loose ends. That would be my plea. It's an ongoing trend, but we must welcome you, Minister, for such a quick turnaround, self-imposed quick around, but I think you still need time to do some work further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Once again, I really appreciate that. I really would want to indicate to say, yes, indeed, Honorable Chair and members, we underestimated the task at hand. We must accept from the honorable members. Coming closer to it, we got to realize only when we have made the commitment into the committee that we needed 30 days. So I must accept that indeed it created a little bit of a challenge. However, there was no way we could have been able to do it differently because, as the honorable members are saying, there was a need for us to listen closer to the students and act. And we could not act until we get a detail on all the challenges that they articulated. That was first thing. I accept that. And Chair, again, because we wanted to make sure that we identified an independent body, we had to follow the known processes, wherein we identify people that have gone through, we got them through the market, and all processes were followed because they were to do work with the department. And because of the shortest timelines that we had to look to those who raised their hand. Not because we did not put this, but no one was able to come closer because of the timelines that they all alleged that they were short. Yes, Chair, we did write to SIU. There was no way we could have moved without having done that, and SSA. However, the time for them to come back to us was a little bit more longer than the 30 days that we put. However, we followed that. We're still engaging with them. Whether we'll take it to SIU or not, I guess shall let this process be concluded so that we can take that decision in avoiding the preempting of the process. The other one, Chair, is that whether, Chair, I must say here that SASSA has its own internal audit. It does. It does have a report. Yes, we must say here because that's public knowledge. However, we did not want to engage on a double thing to say, if the auditors are saying this, what are we saying? So that we sometimes lose the objectivity of the process. We agreed to say, we contemplated about this, let's allow the independent body to put its report. Let's not say, they say it's black, but no, for us it's white. Because we're fearing that this process will lose its objectivity. So we allowed this, that led the independent body to come and present before you as per our commitment. And as you are doing, advise us accordingly to say whether you accept that we must now move forward to make sure that we get into deeper onto the problem. But also, we then say the process that must be followed, as the honorable members are saying, surely will not escape the norms and standards of identifying a service provider, because that's what, in a very limited time, we have done that. The only thing that we only were able to get only one, and this is where we are now. Why the investigation started this late, remember, honorable members, it is out of the commitment I made on the day I was here to say, having heard what is being said by the students and what the honorable members have been reflecting, I'm taking responsibility to go back, to go and see the bigger problem, whether it's there or not. Other than that, there was no way I could have done that in the office. I really want to explain that. And in the few days that we had, because we underestimated the task at hand, we were able to bring this kind of an outcome. Technically speaking, the two gentlemen will have to respond to those direct questions. But I want to emphasize that, Honorable Chair, SASSA does have its own internal audit. SASSA did have a report, and it has a report as we speak. But all this has been identified regardless, which is something that we must come back to this committee to say, we knew about this. For example, we did not do anything. Or we knew about this is how far we've managed to go. This is the process that we are going to follow. We can't avoid that. Because the question will arise as it is the case now. If you have internal audit within SASSA, what did you do? Didn't they identify these problems? And as the sitting minister, I must indicate that indeed there is an internal audit report that talks to challenges that SASSA is facing. Yes, Chair. It's a public knowledge, because internal audit reports, when they present their report, that becomes a public process. So what we request the committee to allow us to do, when we come the second time, if you are giving us that, we will then give you a report like twins, like the honorable members are saying. The audit, the independent body is telling us this. What did we do on these matters? In the case, we were aware. And indeed, in this case, there are areas that we are aware of. Hence, members were saying, since last year, every Wednesday, every time we bump to people, they happen to know that you are a minister, they will ask you this question. It will be really bad for us not to be upfront about that one, because you are a PC, you can call upon anybody to come and present his or her insofar of the work that she or he is doing. So I want to say upfront, Chair, we take into consideration the suggestions of the members only if the members allow us to proceed, which compulsory so will have to follow all the known and accepted processes to identify people who will do the work for you. The scope, as honorable members are saying, indeed it will grow, TM, from where we are, because this, as we said earlier on, this is only a preliminary report. And this is now giving us a bigger picture of what is going on. Yes, there are, as they've done, indicated some red flags. Yes, there are red flags. We can't be in denial about that. However, what then SASSA did is what we want to hear and is what we are going to bring to you so that you can conclude, having given us a go-ahead to further investigate, having heard from the independent body, having listened to what SASSA is presenting as against what is being presented, having SASSA had its own internal arrangements by its own internal audit. What did it do? It will be, this is what we cannot escape, because this is what informs the process that you are following. And we want to apologize that we discussed a lot about whether we should bring this report. We said, no, let's not create that confusion. Let the honorable members be put into confidence on what exactly is going on, because it was your initiative to have brought the young students to the before so that we can start to do. Other than that, we should have identified this longer than it is the case now. So I want to talk about those, Chair, to say, yes, this is a preliminary report. Yes, Chair, it has been, the independent body has been identified through known and accepted processes. Yes, unfortunately, not everyone was able to raise his or her hands. However, this that they did, in the process that I've just spoken about, we got them through the process. At that time, we can safely say they are vetted. But for this particular project, we did not embark into that. I want to be clear. When we went out to market to identify these service providers, all the process was exhausted. And these are the people that we have. But we did not take that back for this particular project. We did not have time. We want to apologize. But we take the advice and the counseling that if you get to have to proceed, make sure that you don't create a monster that would be creating more problems and eat up on the resources that we have, which are limited, by sometimes sidelining the known and accepted processes. We're taking that that counseling into consideration, but we really want to say ADG and SASSA CEO can quickly explain where I fell short, but I thought I must indicate into those broader questions that the honorable members are asking. Is, why this short? Because of our commitment. Why we request for an extension? Because the work that have been done is not complete. To an extent, we are unable to even to concretely respond to questions of the honorable members to say, if you think there was some kind of people who benefited wrongly from SASSA, if that is the case, can you quantify that? We are unable to do that because we are not yet there. And we would really request this process to be allowed to unfold. Yes, Honorable Chair, this is not, it's not a very small thing. This is a huge thing. Hence, we will have to work with SSA as well as SIU, I'm sorry, because it is the case with Home Affairs, because SASSA provide grants only for members who have South African identity books, which that process is a Department of Home Affairs process. However, we heard something that says sometimes the ID number can be used more than once. And if your system does not close immediately in that trying, then there's a problem. This is what we would want to see and hear more, whether that is the case, because that automatically will give us indications on how then this happened of an ID book that has been used once in assessing SASSA grant. So we don't want to get there yet, Chair, so that these allegations can be confirmed in one way or the other, so that we can start now a full-blown kind of investigation to identify, one, who committed this, two, what are the challenges, how much did we lose, three, how are we going to get the money back, which processes are going to be followed, because there's no way that the state money can be taken away and you know who the person is and there is no process. On the consequence management, I know for a fact that, Honorable Chair, this is historical. I know. But I want to once again to commit to say, whenever that arises, I'm taking that responsibility, that I will employ consequence management, honorable members, because I wouldn't have any choice. As the member says, we are blackmailed by everybody. Everybody wakes up and said there's 175 million. The other day is 300. The other day, if you don't apologize to me, I will further expose. It means we are in a very, very serious position as SASSA, but not only as SASSA, DSD and the whole country. So we need the actual departments and institutions that can see things better than we can. Those who can have eyes that can see things true than we can. Ours are limited because ours is just to look at the SASSA systems, which are broader because you have banks, you have a Department of Home Affairs, yes, you have us and everybody else. You have got people who are dealing with cell phones, the RICA concept. Those are relevant organizations that need to be work with us so that we can get to understand the bigger problem. But it cannot be us only because ours is quite limited. Other than that, in Honorable Chair, I really want to hear whether CEO and Acting Director General are not going to respond and give it technical to the technical guys. Now, they sometimes say things that I really don't understand. And it's now I'm like you, Chair, I'm just a politician. So let the specialists do what they do best. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
The minister has, oh, okay.
We'll propose that. I think the minister have touched most of the things, and as a politician, you know how one word covers 15 of those. So we let's agree the technical to answer specific questions, and the only thing that we are in this together. So we want to better the system in the country for our own citizens. That's the main aim. So technically, Dr. Masiari and the team.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members. I will start responding from the first question, where it was inquired on whether we had interaction with the data center, and also to understand which interface is hosting the server. Indeed, we have interacted with the data center. My response is going to also answer some of the questions as I respond to this particular question. So firstly, what we do is we don't just come and start analysis. We have to study the environment. We understand the infrastructure. So when we do assessments, if it's a vulnerability and penetration test, there are two scenarios where we have information or we don't have information. When we don't have information, we act like threat actors or like attackers from the other side. And when we have information, we act like internal people authorized to assess. We take both approaches to determine the level at which our systems are secured. And whichever option gives us access to certain sensitive data, we take note of the gaps and report and recommend. So on the data center, we identified that it is running on a Linux system. I may not share the IP address publicly. However, we have the IP address under which the data server is running. We went there physically. We connected to the server in an attempt to take a copy for off-site analysis. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we could not analyze on a live system. Reason being, we wanted to be cautious of not interrupting or affecting production. So that's my response on the data center. It also answers the question of whether it was on-site or off-site. We did both off-site and on-site. Off-site we did from the public domain, which is the normal internet. And on-site we did from the server data center itself at SASSA head office, where we connected via the local area network. We also did an assessment via what is called VPN of SASSA. So that's the answer for question number 2. On the remote maintenance team, I would believe, yes, there are people who monitor the system and maintain it remotely, because at some point we even advised that the system is under maintenance, where we are told that there are actually 2 versions of the same server to just back up the other. If one fails, the other comes up, and if this one fails, the other comes up. And also during the time when there is maintenance, one server that is being maintained will be down while the other one is up. So even though we're not required to then analyze the roles of the local support, and it was not within our scope to look at what exactly they were doing. In terms of continuous support, as I mentioned, yes, we witnessed some support in action during the time of our review. However, we cannot confirm if it's continuous and how often it's done. as that was not part of our scope. Periodic checks of system components, we would like to also believe that since there is some maintenance that we witnessed, the support team does periodic checks and it also does the data integrity assessments. Ourselves, our scope was not focused on maintenance or data integrity. There was no system downtime during our testing, and our testing approach was designed in a way that it doesn't cause any system downtime. We had to ensure that we manage our traffic packets or our traffic size to the server in order that we maintain a balance of both acquiring analysis and ensuring that the system remains up during the testing. We believe there is some detective equipment within the service provider who are managing the server. However, we didn't receive any formal evidence of any detection they may have made of our traffic. Cyber-based strategy. So we employed a system where we move our IP address from wherever we are to some location anywhere in the world. So we then had to spoof or to cover our machine identification number, which is called the MAC address. The reason we did that was to determine if an attacker, let's say from some country that I'm not going to mention names, tries to do the same exercise from that particular part of the world. Are they going to interact with our system? And if so, to what extent? So maybe before I go to the next, I may also need to answer on the traffic shaping. I think it's somewhere, traffic simulation. So there's what we call IP tables when we do our assessments. IP tables is a mechanism of managing our identification protocol addresses or IP addresses to ensure that we reach our target within our specified parameters and within a defined route. So for example, if we know that we want to communicate with a target here in Cape Town, we create IP tables that will tell us of which hops or which points to pass through in order to reach our target. So the communication itself happens in what is called a three-way handshake, where we send a request and there is an acknowledgement from the hosts. So when we have an acknowledgement, we also send another acknowledgement to say, yes, indeed, we can communicate. Let us proceed. So that is what is called a three-way handshake in network assessments. We obviously did not do certain activities such as man-in-the-middle attacks where we intercept and divert traffic for the internal part of our assessment because number one factor was we needed to make sure we produce the desired results within the limited time. Number two, there was no real value add to that particular exercise, even though we can do it. We can try to confuse what is called the Active Directory to even send us passwords, and then we log into systems remotely. But we did not do all those. They are part of what we can do, but we're not a value add to this particular assignment. The SRD support assisted us with the collection of data. I'm sure there was also a component of traffic there in your question, Honorable. However, I will just say they assisted us with the collection of data that is through the forensic imaging process. So how we do it is we request for permission, and when permission is granted, we connect it to the server and we remotely acquire the information. We don't connect anything directly to the server. We just acquire it via either the network or online. So we had support from the team from the data center. What were the parameters of traffic image usage? So the parameters is where I mentioned about IP tables and also about crafting of our packets. So for example, if we are sending, let's say, 20 kilobytes of data per second to a target, and we realize that the target is misperforming, we reduce our traffic, let's say, to 15 to 10 kilobytes per second, so that at least we don't break the communication we are having. And we also make sure that the target itself does not go down. Traffic simulation. So on traffic simulation, this is where we change our IP address to that other IP address, and then we launch our attack. I don't understand this question clearly, but I will try to answer it this way. Where you say applications, operations, behavior in respect of the test. Is that correct? Applications, operations, behavior. Honorable, we did not want to break things. Our test was meant to identify gaps and not to prove anything further. We could have brought the system down just for the sake of coming to you now to say, yes, indeed, the system was down for 5 days, but it's not a value add. So we did the assessment to identify gaps in a controlled manner. Yes, we know the IP addresses of the servers. Can you demonstrate the simulation to a degree of basic? I have prepared something, even though this is from the report that we didn't want to share publicly, but because you have a question where you want us to demonstrate, we can actually even go further to demonstrate, but I think it's out of scope of this meeting. Let me try to quickly connect and show you some of the
may I just intervene here? If you have determined as a technical person that you held it back because it shouldn't be done, let's not do it.
Thank you, Chair.
Please, Honorable Mnyai, I'll give you access to Masahari. You can pay for the hour that, because they will do this for you. And then they can satisfy you. But I wouldn't want it to be done in this environment. Thanks.
Thank you. I hope I have answered all of your questions, Honorable. If there is something that I left out, please remind. Okay. There is is it Honorable Mohatu? Is it? Oh, yes, yes, Honorable. How can we integrate the presentations? We are going to update the versions into one updated version. As I mentioned, there are even some sections where we have not yet updated, but things were done, such as the review of the SLAs. It was done, but on your copy, it's not yet showing updated. So the moment we update that, we will update everything into one. Page 4.11 you did not understand page 4.11. Okay, the 4.11 is a background from the gentlemen, the students from Stellenbosch University who did what they did, and they came to highlight the issues they have identified. So, for example, they said there is what they call API vulnerabilities. API, this is an application programming interface, which is like the website that we gave an example of. So they say it has gaps. These are just gaps on the system, on the SRD system. And they also mentioned that this data exposure, anomalous application rates. So they are saying people from certain age groups applied in huge numbers. Maybe there's no justification, or we don't know the reasons why they are raising it here. It's perhaps they allege it's fraudulent. Potential payments to non-beneficiaries, according to them, this is what they brought to say there is potential payments to non-beneficiaries. So this is information we are borrowing from the instance or out of the allegations raised by the students. And we are just putting it in the report just to ensure that we are aligned with the allegation, and also everyone else who reads our report is aligned. As the investigation scope covered 3.4, I'm sure it was supposed to be 4.4, there's no 3.4.
Just take 3.8, maybe explore alternative, like email verification.
Oh, okay, I think there's a numbering issue there. Oh, yes. So on email verification, it's a control that we even also recommend to say, for someone's email to be registered on the system, they must go and click somewhere on the email just to show that they are indeed the legitimate users of the particular email in question. You also mentioned about SIM swaps. There is a technology nowadays where criminals take, people's SIM cards into theirs. So you realize even when you send money to someone, the money is immediately taken before that person even receives the message. Why? Because the person who has access to your number is monitoring. The moment you send, they immediately go and withdraw. And the rightful person, when they go to withdraw, the money is gone. So this is done by some technology where they make a copy of your number, and in the background, they will be monitoring everything that is happening. Honorable Mhlongo, you said the findings correlate with the students' findings.
Don't go and withdraw your money and then remember.
We were not mandated to justify that the students' allegations are correct, but we were mandated to verify if our system is exposed. So we have done the vulnerability assessment and penetration test, and our findings show that we have gaps on our system that require attention. So, in other words, whatever they are alleging is in line with what we have also identified. So by way of our finding, we may be answering and confirming to the allegation. But what other specifics they have, we don't know. We didn't have the scope to look. There are certain allegations that may be answered at a later stage that we cannot answer now. what informs the two system approaches? System approaches, I'm sure this question is not directed to us.
Yeah, I'm not sure. about
Honorable
this.
Mhlongo, can you just clarify the two systems approaches?
It's the two-phase approach, Chair. They
Oh.
said this is the first phase and then there's a second phase. So what informs the second phase? Why couldn't everything be done in this first phase? That's what I asked.
That's the Honorable Minister's question.
Okay. Okay, I'm sure this was a comment. I didn't get the name of Honorable who mentioned about the development of a plan and including the impact assessment. Honorable Ramaila. So I think, yeah, because I have Honorable Ramaila here. Okay, I will.
Honorable Rev, was it? Okay, it was an honorable member. Let's answer it.
We have, Honorable Member, we have managed to come up with a risk assessment based on what we have done so far, where we are saying the impact of this particular risk is high, low, medium. What are the implications? Do we have high financial implication if the risk materializes? So we have that impact assessment in our report. And this is based on the risks that we have identified as of the date of our report. Honorable Abrahams, confirm the summary of the flow in the system. The system could not verify the user with the ID number. So we have identified a string on the system where if an attacker runs this script against the website, it can allow access to information behind the application. So in summary, we are saying running of such script can also give you further information in detail, such as any exposed identification or user data. So there is a string on our website that needs to be revised in line with our recommendations. If you go to our safer misconfiguration recommendations, that's where the matter has been recommended. Has the investigation been, has the investigation identified suspect fraud or no? We, at this moment, maybe you need to expand a bit, Honorable Abrahams.
You've answered it when you've answered the other member. It was basically, does it confirm that there is fraud on the system?
Oh, thank you, Honorable.
But does your investigation confirm there is fraud on the system? That's the question.
At the moment, we cannot say so because certain other aspects that will allow us to conclude have not yet been covered. For example, access to the database itself, which we demonstrated that the process is still underway. Has your prior work been of scale, amount of data versus volume and your expertise? Okay, I can say, let me start with where you mentioned expertise. We are a team of experts. Can I say?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Okay, without saying much, I think in terms of the prior work we have done, if I was going to be allowed, I will mention some of the big departments with even much deeper work than what we are currently undertaking. But I hope we can provide that information separately. And we are also guided by various institutions, being the Institute of Commercial Forensics, Forensic Practitioners South Africa, the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, the South Africa Institute of Chartered Accountants, among other institutes. So, in summary, that we will address.
Just to add on that through Chairperson, in terms of that ethical requirements of the institution that we belong to, one of the key requirements is a confidentiality. We are required that as we enter the private information of our client, we do not use that information for our own personal gain or to share those information recklessly in the public domain. Thanks, Chair.
Can you be able to check if the remediations were done? Presently, no, Honorable, we can't. And also our mandate is not, does not include the checking of the remediations. This is after completion of the work is done and management is given time to remediate, then we check. So you also mentioned that a technical report would have helped. We have a full technical report. That is all the nitty-gritties or the specifics. But it is not a good idea to share such kind of information with a wider audience. In cybersecurity, there is what they call reducing the attack surface map. So at least if we limit the information, the better our system is. However, if perhaps you request it through chair, or maybe you can get a copy if you are keen to have access to such report, but it is there. We even have a more detailed version, which we keep for our own note keeping. In case you raise such questions in future, we have to just go back and refer to the finding, and we produce the evidence. On unsecured locations, like I mentioned, when we ran certain scripts, we could find some directories or folders on the system. And this is where we mentioned the unsecured locations on our web server. Who were the originators of the system in 2020? We are not answering this one.
Yeah, just to come through on that one, I think there's a couple of questions that I'm sure management of SASSA will have to answer from Ms. Brand. The SIU investigation, the originator of the system, I think the panel relating to May 2023, I think there's a question around that, and I'm sure that question should be answered by the management here of SASSA or DSD. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Abrahams, I hope we have covered. If we didn't, you can just let us know. Honorable Rev, the issue of RICA would have helped to enlighten. Of course, we agree, RICA does help, but the biggest challenge we have people who are actually also, I don't know if it's a proper English word to say recurring on behalf of. So there are people who actually RICA cards for, I don't know, whatever reasons, then they sell to other people. So it means it's possible that the same person can RICA 1,000 cards, go to SRD, divert, whatever they divert, and the money goes to cash send. It doesn't even go to an account where you can trace, because if they send to a bank account, it's easy to then make a follow-up. It's just sent to a cash send where the number is not registered in anyone's name who's visible. So RICA would have helped, but there are also gaps on the RICA system. We cannot say there is a syndicate between the criminals and banks. We don't have that capacity to conclude. Can the system be integrated in the Home Affairs? Hopefully so. I'm sure it can. But as of now, we do not have the appropriate answer, Honorable. The students said they hacked the system. They did not hack the system. They mentioned the system is vulnerable. We don't know yet, Honorable, because this is coming from them. They may have hacked the system, and by hacking we are saying it's just bypassing the way the system should operate. So, yes, they can claim that they did not hack the system, but that is their word. We agree that we could have engaged with the students. We attempted several times to contact them, but we have one contact number that we cannot get hold of them. So this is why it's still work in progress. Honorable Murray, SRD system at one time was off. Is that correct? Yes, it was, but we do not know whether it was because of some third-party internet or the system itself was down. Is the service provider taking any responsibility for the severity of the were you referring to the service provider who are maintaining the system? Oh, okay. Thank you, teaching. Threat level is on medium level 2, and vulnerabilities are main. Is it realistic? Yes, the reason why it is on level 2 is because some of the matters are not necessarily about the technical updates of the system, but rather they are about administrative aspects. For example, if we just require someone to confirm an OTP, the system is not involved on that particular control. We just have to make it mandatory for every transaction to receive an OTP. From where we stand, some transactions can go without OTP. So in that case, we can't say our system has an issue, but it's rather an admin issue that we just need to go and say click, click, click on what needs to be done. How many people were getting, okay, the eligible and non-eligible? At the moment, we cannot conclude since we still have the other leg to complete. On the SASSA helpline, I think CEO will respond. Disclaimers. We have a standard disclaimer, but I'm sure there's also a question that came from one honorable where, or maybe it's Honorable Abraham's where, Honorable Murray, where you said the system, you say you will not be responsible when you have installed the system. We haven't been contracted to install the system. What we have been contracted to do is to assess the existing system. So our assessment is a result of several parameters, including several tools, as well as users like yourself, Honorable. If now that the report is in your hands, you are not careful, and you leak that report to someone who is not careful enough to know what to do, and the system is breached through that act, this is where we say, as Masihar and Associates, we are not then liable for such actions. That's where the limited chain of liability comes in. Honorable Ramaila, is the service provider vetted? I'm not
Through Chairperson, before you go off from Ms. Marie, there was a question about Masihar cost. I think that one, the Director General will answer that one. We don't know what the cost.
On the vetting one, this is not, I do not have capacity to answer this one. Do you confirm the allegations raised by the students? I think we have answered it. And they claim that they got information from the credit bureau. So it means if they can get information from the credit bureau that they then use to come and assess our environment, probably they have a reason or they have some authority from the...
Those are the naughty boys, no? Not students.
Or you were mentioning of the naughty boys. Oh. But who knows, Honorable, maybe the students can also be naughty. Honorable, thank you for that clarity. Anyway, if people get information from credit bureaus, I'm sure credit bureaus have controls also on who they share information with. So by such controls, then it means that gap should be limited with the credit bureaus. Do you make an attempt to hack the system? We did not hack the system. What we do is to test the system. As I mentioned about, when I said it could even be possible to just bring the system down and we take evidence, but it's not a value add because the system will go down for hours or days and beneficiaries are affected simply because we want to prove effect. So what we do is we identify gaps. We try to penetrate using a controlled manner. If we are successful, we take the evidence to show management, and in this case, honorable members, to say, indeed, our system has this gap, look at this. We have that evidence in the main report. But we didn't have to then go on and break everything down, then to make any sense. External and internal risk. So our risk evaluation at the end is a combined analysis from both external and internal. And hence we came up with a level number 2. Are there any enablers? Were you referring to inside people? We do not know yet. It could be possible, but we don't have any evidence. Need to follow the supply chain, that's not our question. Yes, we agree systems require upgrades all the time. So your last submission there, we also concur. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. I hope I've attempted to answer all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Obviously, there was a big part of your answering of questions that you could have been speaking French and I wouldn't have known because I had no idea what you were talking about. But thank you so much. The honorable members seem to have received your clarity for their questions. And I do not know, after you have now answered as the service provider, if the minister wants to say or allocate anyone to speak and so on and so forth. I just don't want to allow anyone to miss the opportunity to say anything in this meeting about the issue that we are here for before we adjourn the meeting. If I get an indication, I will oblige.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and members. I request the ADG and CEO, they must share the direct questions that are responded to, that have been raised, that talking to the amount, those direct questions that talk to their responsibilities as both CEO and ADG. I think they let them respond to that so that there's no gap into those questions because they are being asked by the honorable members. Thank you, Chair. Other than that, Honorable Chair, in avoiding to waste your time, we really would want once again to thank you and appreciate the exercise that has just brought us closer to what has been the anxiety of our grant recipients and the society as a whole. This report, Honorable Chair, to an extent does speak to what has been the anxiety or the questions that people have been asking. Whether it is not yet been concluded, no one from today would really say that does not exist. We are unable with, even though it's a limited and preliminary report, it does to an extent indicate that there is a problem. Then if there's a problem, it needs to be resolved. Hence, we are still appealing to say, please give us more time, avoiding what Honorable said, that it should not be an open-ended thing. It must not take all the resources that are limited, but it must take us to where we want to get to. Where is the problem? If the problem has been there, how did you resolve it? If you did not resolve it, what are you doing as a minister? And if there are other things that you need to employ, what is that? And bring that report before the portfolio committee, so that we would have put this committee in a manner and in an area where they will be comfortable. I accept, Chair, that the trust is earned. And I really want to commit to say, I will work with yourselves to build the trust. It's not something that is going to happen overnight because of the disappointments that you have alluded to. However, I still come to say I will make sure that with the work that we'll be doing together, I will make sure that the trust does come back, because there's nothing wrong when you say there's something wrong here. If I can't see it yet, let me go and see. Let me put other eyes for me to see. But what is wrong is to say, no, there's no problem. And later on, I will be made to accept that, in fact, there was a problem. So I will avoid that, Honorable Chair, and I commit to members that we will work together all the time to make sure that problems that are being identified are being resolved in time. Because it's not about us. It's about our clients who are seated at home, are waiting for us to clarify their problems. The worst thing is when you go and apply for a grant, you find out that, in fact, your ID has been used, and as such, you can't, as the actual beneficiary, you can't access the grant. That's the worst thing to experience. Hence, we are saying we will make sure that we present ourselves in a manner that makes you to have trust in ourselves. Not an artificial one, but a trust that you will have been able to engage like we're doing. When it's wrong, it's wrong. When it's right, it's right. And you are not sure, go and investigate and bring the report, so that we are always on the same par. That will be my closing remarks, Chair, without wasting your time. But let CEO and ADG please give response on the other questions that you direct answer. Thank you.
Chairperson,
Yes, Honourable Murray.
I just want to find out from you. We receive our meeting minutes for agenda for next week, and I see that SASSA is on this thing of the boys of the university. So I just wanted to make sure that we don't answer questions now and then next week they're coming again to answer the same things. I just wanted to make sure about that thing, because I saw the agenda that Lindy has sent for next week. As this week's one that I received this morning. I received it.
Okay, it sounds like it's an internal business question.
Okay.
Because I'm not aware of SASSA talking to us about boys next week.
Okay.
Unless I'm missing a point.
Because I received an email here. Maybe I read it wrong.
Okay, Honourable Mnyai.
I know there are some questions that were not answered.
Oh, it is for today.
But I don't want to drag the meeting because of that, relating to cyber range and network security center. I'm not going to drag the meeting. All I'm trying to, if the minister agree that if the chairperson agree.
Please don't
if the chairperson agree, we may have to have SASSA to present, because this meeting, was structured in a way that we received this presentation. Unless if SASSA is ready to present, and it will not feature in our program. But I'm not against if the minister wants them to respond for something they did not present. I would not enter into that terrain. Thank you.
If I may, I just wanted the ADG to speak about the financial implications on the appointment of the service provider, which I thought is a straightforward question, which can be responded to now.
Yeah, just to add on that, through Chair, I think there was also 2-3 questions about action plan on our findings, and the question was posed what SASSA is doing with that, or is going to do with that.
Go ahead, ADG.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I think there was a question on the Honorable Ramaila was talking about the issue and the experience that price escalate most of the time, whether the process was followed. The process was SMA process. It was followed. The vulnerability and the penetration test, for this, the price is 282,453 rand as the price. 282,453. That's the cost. It need to go to millions. Yeah, I think that is what I wanted to. It's a question that has been asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. Normally when an audit is done, you get management comments. We received the report on Sunday as you received the report. We have looked at the report. We have not had an opportunity for us to interrogate the report, even to have a dialogue with the team on some of the issues that may be misinterpretation of how we actually work. So we haven't had that engagement at all. And this is what we're going to do going forward, and as directed by the minister in terms of the process going forward, which is what the process that the minister asked for. Chair, the other thing that we need to reflect on, and I'm sure we've forgotten because COVID was so long ago, is the fact that when we started on this product, or the SRD 350, we were told as an institution in April that in May, we need to make sure that we start paying people, let alone processing people. We therefore did not go through an elaborate process for us to build the system. So we're building the system as we're going. And the other key issue, Chair, to remember is that we always had a 6 months gap. The grant will be allowed to go for 6 months and we'll be told, oh, you'll extend for another 6 months. We extend it, oh no, you'll extend for another year. And in one of the years, you remember when we had the uprisings, the grant had actually been cancelled. And we had to again restart the grant. And this is one of the issues that has created challenges in terms of us making sure that all the things that are done properly, because it was a start and stop and start and stop. And as the minister is going to give us an opportunity for us to relook at all the other issues, and the team will continue to do what it is that they need to do, we'll then be able to come back and look at what has happened, what hasn't happened, and what is it that we need to do going forward, particularly now that we have a assessment that has been done in terms of where we are currently with the system. And those issues, I really do want to believe that the system is not a useless system that needs to be thrown away. But it's not for me to be a judge of that because I have a supervisor that will, through her own processes, will decide as to what is it that we need to do as a collective, even with the system. But Chair, what I wanted to highlight was an issue that was raised regarding what has our internal audit committee done. They've already, the internal audit team always does a review on our systems. We actually have a specialist that we ended having to employ so that we can make sure that our IT systems are actually we audited, and that we get a report as management, and we continually improve on the gaps that the internal audit team actually finds. So we will come back as advised by the minister to look at what has been done in the past. Where did we close the gaps? Where did we not close the gaps? What are the things that we actually still need to do? The other issue that was raised, Chair, was the issue of have we engaged all the other institutions that we work with? Yes, we have. But I think when we come back, we'll come back with a comprehensive report, what we've done with the banks, what are we doing with the banks, what are we doing with the Reserve Bank, what is it that is claimed with regards to what we call the risk mitigators, which is the institutions that we worked with in 2002 that is claimed that they were hacked. As to, is it true, false? We'll be able to come with the engagements that we've actually had with them. But again, Chair, it's just to thank the Minister for the opportunity just for me to indicate that there's more work that needs to be done, even just responding to the report that currently exists. DG?
Thank you so much. No, guys. No. Honorable Chong.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chairperson, I would like the department to note that the committee did not just raise questions, but we have also made recommendations. And we request the department to take those recommendations very serious, Chairperson, because the committee recommendations can somehow assist the department in some of the reparations as we move forward, Chairperson, with the matter in hand. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I realized that the minister actually did speak to those because you didn't ask any question. You just raised recommendations, and I believe those were noted with the seriousness that in which they were raised. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we raise questions so that we can get answers. And I have been compromising in the past that if the questions don't get answered, I submit it via the committee secretary and then it's forthcoming. That we understand. But there's two questions that I raised that are currently in the public domain right now. And that is there any validity to the hackers that has been brought, that's in the media, and that they have accessed money from SASSA? And the other one is that there is a link in the public domain that are telling people that there is a grant applied in their name. So that is creating an impression that their identity has been stolen. So my question was, if you are aware of this link, and what are you doing to allay the fears of the public in that there is no grant made, there is no grant in their name, and money is not being paid out against their ID numbers? That's currently in the public domain as we speak, and I don't have any responses or media responses from SASSA or the department on this. Thank you.
Okay, CEO.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, ma'am. I will respond to the issue of the link that we haven't created any link as SASSA for people to be able to go and validate. If it exists, it has not been created by us. No, I was not aware about it.
I would like to chair this meeting, please.
I'm not aware of it. Regarding the issue of the 174 million claim, we have no proof, ma'am, that there is 174 million that has been taken out of SASSA. I did indicate that we're working together with the banks, we're working with SABRIC to look at all the issues that are related to identity fraud. The only case that we have, ma'am, that currently we are working with is a case which is in Limpopo, which we picked up in terms of identity fraud that had actually happened. And there's a case, Mr. Mahlangu is actually attending the court in Limpopo where a number of people were actually arrested that were using other people's identities. And that's the only case that we have. And the exposure in relation to that particular one, which is the one that we know for a fact, is 450,000 rands in terms of the identities that they had used of other people. Wherever identity fraud is actually identified, we actually take those grants, ma'am, and we actually put them separate out of the system so that we can continue to further investigate. In terms of the number of grants that are suspected fraud, which we then have to continue to indicate, we have about 3 million that we've guaranteed for us to continue to investigate on. And it's something that we do all the time, and we started with it at the time when we identified the identity fraud in 2023-24, and we continue with that process, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And I am aware that we all now want to go because it's taken this long, but I'm also very appreciative of the time that we've spent together and the engagements that have taken place, and also acknowledge the fact that we have agreed through the recommendations by the members of this committee and through the Honourable Minister herself, who said that we need more time. That will be obviously concretized through communications that will ensue hereafter so that we know what it is that is happening going forward. But we know that this work is not over yet because we have not arrived where we can say, yes, there were 644,000 people that benefited illegally through their IDs being stolen and so on and so forth, because this process had not arrived at that level yet. And there is a keenness from the honourable members to say, let's get to that information, because that's where the money is getting lost of the taxpayers of this country. So I appreciate the fact that we've had this meeting and that we have gone as far as we've gone, and I am mindful that people have other things that they want to do, like going to a sitting at 3 o'clock or going to Pretoria before the flights are finished. So with my deepest gratitude and appreciation, I would declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you so much.